Wow, you all get an A. They like totally listened, didn't they? They all sat down, they got quiet. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Leslie Oshie. I'm the chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Butler County, and on behalf of my colleagues, Commissioner Geyer, Kimberly Geyer, and Commissioner Kevin Boozle, along with the corporate home of Armstrong, keeping you connected, we want to welcome you to Butler County. We are thrilled to host you here. But I also have to tell you that on behalf of Allegheny County, I welcome you too, because it depends on where you are in this building, whether you're in Butler County or Allegheny County. So lest we think we do not love one another, we share a building. So I am also very much honored to serve as the chairman currently of the Southwestern PA Commission. The Commission is a municipal planning organization for this region and the 10 counties in Southwest PA, including Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Fayette, Greene, Indiana, Lawrence, Washington, and Westmoreland counties, most of all of whom are represented here today. And on behalf of my regional colleagues and the members of SBC, I want to thank all of our sponsors, in particular today, our platinum sponsors, AT&T, Armstrong, Comcast, DQE Communications, the Henry Hillman Foundation, and Michael Baker International. Would you please give them a round of applause? Without them, we could not have made this possible. I also, without going through an entire long list of folks, I'm going to ask that those who are commissioners or SPC commissioners who serve on the Southwestern PA Commission Board, would you please stand and be recognized? Okay, go ahead, come on. Thank you. I think you're going to hear a little bit about some other sponsors that have made this possible as we go throughout the day, and you'll hear some more names of those who have made this day possible. I also want to welcome and thank our panel members who are joining us today from across the state, some who drove in this morning at four or 5 hour drives early this morning, so welcome. All of our SBC commissioners again, and all of you who took the time today to attend so that we can navigate what is certainly a complex and monumental undertaking in deploying broadband to the underserved and unserved areas of our region to create access and equity that will strengthen our regional competitiveness. We want to be a light, and we want to get it right here in southwestern Pennsylvania. So I'd like to take a moment also to recognize the elected officials and their representatives who are in attendance today. First, those, and if you would stand so we can, or wave so we can see you. First, Sarah Innamorato, State Representative. Is Sarah here? Okay. City of Pittsburgh Controller Mike Lamb. Not here yet. Okay. State Representative Nick Piscatano. Okay. Allegheny County Treasurer John Weinstein. All right. Federal offices. Someone should be here from the office of Senator Casey, Senator Bob Casey. Someone here from Senator Casey's office. Office of John Fetterman. Okay. Office of Chris DeLuzio. The office of Congressman Guy Reschenthaler, and the office of Congressman G.T. Thompson. There he is, he's back there. From our state offices, representing Senator Joe Pittman, Senator Lindsey Williams, State Representative Stephanie Shalaba, and State Representative Marcy Mostello is probably going to join us here a little later today. So, back in 2019 BC, before COVID, we gathered as local elected officials and members of the commission to develop the region's long-range plan. But even then, before we could even begin to conceive of what stay-at-home, work from home, and school from home really actually meant, the topic of providing high-speed internet to both rural and urban areas came up in nearly every focus group in that planning process. So as we created the plan, which typically focuses on investments in roads and bridges and transit, and water and sewer, and community development, the plan titled Smart Moves for a Changing Region, it became as much about communication connectivity as about roads and bridges and transit. So in 2021, the Southwestern PA Commission, in collaboration with Allies for Children and Carnegie Mellon University, along with the broad regional coalition of stakeholders, developed a regional connectivity improvement plan to guide the region's broadband efforts. And it really only makes sense that the same organization that coordinates transportation investments in the region should also assist in coordinating broadband investments. Since the plan's adoption, SPC, working in collaboration with many of the partners in attendance today, began to implement that plan. A few examples since the adoption include instituting a connectivity resource center within SPC to assist partners with broadband connectivity technical assistance. Working with DQE Communications, they submitted a middle-mile broadband infrastructure grant request that, if awarded, will construct 170 miles of new fiber backbone, serving approximately 16,000 homes, 2,300 businesses, and 110 community organizations. They are collaborating with other entities who also submitted middle-mile applications in this region. Coordinating a regional submission to the FCC mapping challenge with assistance from county partners, NTIA, and the PA Broadband Development Authority. And I can tell you that as counties, we could not do these things alone. The leadership and the expertise of the SPC staff and consultants is critical to our success. So I want to take a moment right now and recognize first our President and CEO, Vincent Valdez. I'd also like the staff to stand, if you would please, because this, you have to understand that they put this together all working from home, not by choice. As we are trying to move our SPC to new offices in the Strip District, in the terminal building, the office wasn't quite ready, but our lease expired. So they are homeless. But so they did a monumental job. So I want to mention, sorry, in no particular order here, Dan Allwine, Mary Brangan, Rhonda Craig, Linda Duffy, Margaret Fauner, Jen Lasser, Anthony Higdon, Lil Kabreski, Andy Waple, Kathy Tully, Shannon O'Connell, and Jeremy Popeye. Thank you so much for the work you did today. So again, I want to, sorry, I lost the whole place after doing all of that. I want to take also a moment to say that, you know, we really found it, apologize. We as counties, again, recognized about 4 months ago that our constituents, municipalities, and institutions were very anxious for us to move forward with the broadband deployment. But it was really hard for everyone to see the wave that was coming at us, and with the desire to get those same entities, to help those same entities maximize and leverage our investments and available funds while ensuring an effective deployment and outcome, we recognize the need to get us all here in the room together. Local governments at all levels, our providers, associations, and others. So at the end of the day, we can have a much better vision of how we will work together through all of this, what role we will play, and how we take the next steps effectively. So I want to thank the staff for doing a wonderful job again in creating today's robust program aimed at informing and educating you on current regional efforts, funding opportunities, legislative initiatives that can help us advance our goal of equitable broadband access, statewide efforts underway at the Pennsylvania Broadband Development Authority and Center for Rural Pennsylvania, and finally, how the region can better leverage the FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program. Again, thanks to our very generous sponsors. Please stop by and say hello to them out in the lobby when you're here. I want to again thank the speakers excuse me, and all of you for being here today. And before I turn this over to Amy McKinney from Lawrence County, I want to point out that on your tables, I believe there are index cards, so that if you have questions at any point in the day, the way we will manage that is we're going to ask that you write that question down on the index card and raise it up in the air so that one of the SPC staff can collect that and make sure that we get all of your questions answered throughout the day. And so now I want to turn this over to Amy McKinney, the Lawrence County Planning Director, to get us started. And welcome to the stage the State of the Region panel.
Good morning. I'm Amy McKinney. I am the County Planning Director for Lawrence County, and I'm happy to be here today to serve as the moderator for the State of the Region panel. If our panelists are making their way up to their table, we'll get started here. But today we're here to learn about what's happening in broadband around the region. We have Andy Waple, who is SPC's Deputy Executive Director for Programs, and he will give his regional perspective. We have Lance Grable from he's the Director of Beaver County Planning and Redevelopment, and he's going to talk about planning and surveys that Beaver County has been doing. Heidi Norman is the Director of Department of Innovation and Performance for the City of Pittsburgh. She's going to talk about access and equity. And Commissioner Mike Belding, who is the Chairman of the Greene County Board of Commissioners, will tell us about the implementation that Greene County has been working on. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy, but just a reminder, again, there are note cards on the table. If you have questions while our panelists are speaking and you just want to hold it up, we'll have our SPC staff grab those, and hopefully we'll have time at the end of this panel for some questions. So with that, Andy.
All right. Thank you, Amy. And again, I just want to thank all of you for your time today, especially our sponsors, our panelists, our moderators, and of course our commissioners. So I wanted to provide a little bit of context today as to why we're here. As Commissioner Oshie noted, we've got a lot of areas within the region that are lacking affordable high-speed internet access. And as shown on the map on the screen here, you can see we have a long way to go to achieve connectivity to all corners of the region. As a part of this panel, we wanted to inform you of where we stand as a region in terms of speed and access, but also to showcase some of the great work that's going on across the region to address these critical issues. And again, as Commissioner Oshie said, SPC has developed the connectivity roadmap with many of you present today, and it contains a comprehensive set of goals and strategies that are both data and human-driven. So digging a little bit deeper into the data, the mapping shows a significant number of households, businesses, and community anchor institutions lacking connectivity. It also shows a distinct digital divide between the urban and rural areas of the region. As you can see on the screen there, that is a kind of a screenshot of one of our county profiles. That one is for the entire region, and those are available on the website for use for all of you and the general public to just give us a kind of a baseline of where the region stands on access, accessibility, adoption, and digital equity. So our approach within the connectivity roadmap, we did something that we think is very unique. You know, a lot of regional organizations and counties and other entities, when they map broadband, they kind of just look at speed and that's it. What we wanted to do is dig a little bit deeper and look at the socioeconomic and demographic makeup of the region as compared to areas of access and equity and speed. So what we did here is we developed a set of connectivity opportunity areas. These areas are used as the equity component in the project analysis and prioritization process for the connectivity roadmap and represent the intersection of the areas that have the lowest adoption and access, and also where the most vulnerable populations reside in the region. Disabled populations, populations with limited English proficiency, low-income populations. So when you start to look at this, and you look at those two things together, it really paints the picture across the region of where the greatest need is. These mapping tools have provided very, very useful in developing plans for prioritizing our areas, such as in the middle mile application we submitted. And then also a number of our counties have also been using these online mapping applications in their planning and prioritization, such as Washington County when they're planning their deployment projects. So finally, I'd like to note some of what we heard through our public and stakeholder engagement, conducting the outreach for our connectivity roadmap. As you can see on the screen, we did a multi-pronged, multifaceted campaign with surveys, workshops, community conversations. That's where we went out into the community and interviewed folks and talked with them to learn from the human side what really broadband internet means to them, and you know, where they don't have it, and really to capture that human aspect that we can use again in our prioritization, but also use in storytelling. Telling the story to funders and grant applications of the human side of broadband access. We held these locations, one in every county. We held them in libraries, schools, community organizations. We also held one at the Latino Community Center and did a virtual Spanish-speaking session. So again, those goal was to uplift these voices from our community to aid in providing equitable internet access for all. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lance Grable, the Director of Planning for Beaver County, and he's going to talk about the Beaver County's planning effort that they undertook prior to COVID. So they were really the first ones in the region to undertake the connectivity planning at the county level. So, Lance?
Thank you, Andy. First of all, thanks SPC. I've put some programs together and had try to do this sort of thing a few times with probably half as many people that are here, and it is a monumental task. The planning and everything that you guys have done to put this on has been remarkable. It's great so far. I'm sure it's going to continue that way. So thank you very much for that, and all the sponsors. We thank you as well. As Andy said, Beaver County was one of the first to jump into this. A bunch of different reasons why, and maybe we'll probably hit that as we go, continue on and go a little bit through this later. But just want to walk you through our process, just the planning process, kind of what we did and how we got to where we are today. And really, it started with a conversation between me and Michael Baker, Jeremy Jerk from Michael Baker. I told him I wanted to connect every single person in my county. To be honest with you, at that time, I had no idea how many were not connected. It's so hard to imagine that there are people who are unserved because of what we do every day. It's tough to imagine that. So in order to do that, I'm like, this is what we have to do. Let's go move forward with it. Surprisingly enough, Michael Baker said, yeah, let's roll. Let's see what we can do. And we jumped on it and started moving into, obviously one of the first things we did was grab the FCC data and took a look at that. We know that that data is provided to them, and we knew that there was going to be some anomalies to that we were going to have to look at. I actually had them create me a dashboard, because I also honestly didn't know how many ISPs were that served Beaver County. I was surprised. I believe there were like 11 or 12 of them. And I had no idea that there are that many. I also realized that there was a gap in knowledge base of what fixed internet was compared to mobile, compared to a lot of different things, even satellite. So that dashboard that they created was just incredible for me to be able to see what speeds you could do what at, understanding exactly how many ISPs we had, where they were at, what service they provided, So the dashboard was unbelievable. We also knew, of course, that with that, there's some areas in there that we were going to have to investigate. They had we were trying to find the worst of the worst, so there wasn't funding available at the time. We thought we were going to have to nickel and dime it to try to figure out where we could find funding. So we were looking for the worst of the worst. I was trying to find areas that had no coverage for mobile and did not have fixed internet. And then we could start to identify throughout the county if we got some funding, where could we spend it? Where were we going to go first? And we were going to try worst of the worst and then kind of keep moving our way forward. The pandemic hit. There was a bunch of work that was done in between there, but the pandemic hit, and because of that, ARPA funds became available, and my commissioners agreed, surprisingly, to put a lot of money into this. We were pretty happy about it, and they've been, our 3 commissioners and my state reps have been just unbelievable, along with the Broadband Authority, in helping us along the way and being there every step of the way. So we grabbed every single ISP that we could identify. We sat down and had a communication with all of them it was a couple weeks. We were just in meeting after meeting, but we wanted to make sure that they knew exactly what it was that we were doing and how we were going about doing it. We were pleasantly surprised that they were happy because of what we were doing. So we had created a website, we had created the survey that we had sent out, we were knocking on doors, getting information from people. We had a lot of phone calls. Michael Baker did an unbelievable job of taking in questions and calls and making sure they were back to every single person. They documented everything. We knew every person that came in had a response within 24 hours. We knew what they wanted. We knew where they were at. So it was phenomenal. The website they created, Connect Beaver County, was also unbelievable. It lists all the different things that we were doing. Excuse me. So as we walked through the process, we realized that through the surveys, through all the questions, through all the contact that we had with people throughout the county, that there was a time that we were going to have to go just put boots on the ground and go out to all these different areas based off an algorithm that Michael Baker has to understand the FCC data and kind of get an idea of where we need to look based off of the if one then all in the census tract. So with all of these tools in our hand and all this information in our hand, set out a deployment, boots on the ground deployment, and started going out throughout the county. They spent, oh geez, I don't want to say it wrong, a little over 2 months. Yeah, is that right? Thanks. About a little over 2 months just going around literally knocking on doors. I was, honestly, I was expecting about 50,000 calls from people in the county asking what it's going on, because we also have a reassessment happening. And I didn't want there to be any confusion or anybody waiting at the door for Michael Baker as they showed up. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Matter of fact, we got a ton of calls, some really good calls from our residents. And every single one, I didn't have one bad call. Every single one was in support of what we're doing. So that created a nice groundswell for us. So they were able to go out, identify what we believe is a really good number of every single person in our county that is unserved, and from there, put all of that information together. We had 82 polygons that we put out an RFP. So there's 82 polygons with a myriad of, right now it's over 1,800 residents or homes that need to be connected, and put out that RFP. We got some really, really good responses from our ISPs. And once again, I take that back to the communication. We met with the individual ISPs multiple times, so we understood what they needed, what was best for them. As far as if we're going to go out and do this, we realize that with the pandemic, we have supply chain issues and that sort of thing. So Our goal was to make sure that they always knew where we were at, what step we were in, so that they could always be prepared if they were going to come in and win an award for the RFP. So we are at that process now. That all the proposals came back in. We had some great proposals. We're reviewing them all, and we're gonna be ready real soon to to start the deployment. We're not there yet. There's a couple other decisions that we have to make, and then, no offense to anybody here, but then the legal stuff gets involved. So that could take some time. It's always frustrating to me because I'm ready to roll, and other people smarter than me have to figure out exactly what to do. But we're in that process now, and once we get through that and get this rolling, we're hoping that we can have the entire county covered by at some point in 2024, maybe 2025.
Yep, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Heidi Norman. I'm the CIO and the Director of Innovation and Performance for the City of Pittsburgh. Again, I want to say thank you to the SPC. These types of events are incredibly important and also really difficult to pull off. So you guys have done a great job and really appreciate that. And thank you to our sponsors. One of the reasons I think something like this is so incredibly important, and I'm thrilled with the timing, is a lot of what Lance was talking about, I identify with this. You know, he's from a county that has rural areas and lots of folks with no access to high-speed broadband internet. I'm from the largest municipality in the region, and I'm not in the same place. But what we have in common is that we're trying to learn as fast as we can because we don't have all the answers. So what you're going to see from me are a whole lot of questions because I think that we can learn from each other. As the CIO for a large municipality, I'm probably several steps ahead of those of you who are struggling to even get people connected. But I'm the voice of the future. You will start struggling with the questions that I'm struggling with now. So I'm here to share with you those challenges that I'm facing, and hopefully this can help inform you, and perhaps you can avoid some of the potholes that I tend to step in. Okay. So in terms of digital access in the urban environment and perhaps the future of many of your counties, within Pittsburgh, we have over 86% of our people who actually have access and are connected. But when you look at the numbers, what that means is I've got 41,000 residents that do not have broadband subscriptions. So I'm going to talk about equity and access and equity and affordability, right? So the census from 2020 shows that 17 of our counties have a population of less than 41,000 people. So I, too, am also trying to figure out the access is there. Why do I have so many people that are not able to get connected, right? And if we look at the bulk of the funding that's coming out now, and it is the right thing to do, it's really about locations that have no access at all, but that excludes urban centers that have just as many people who are not connected. So what can we do about that? There's fiber that exists all across the city of Pittsburgh, right? That is not our issue. The issue is that that fiber is privately owned and it's not accessible to small and locally owned and operated ISPs, which blocks small businesses that want to enter the market and provide that competition. So, and I believe that if we are thinking about mere access, what we are missing is the competition of an open market that can actually bring a lot of benefits to our residents. And so my question is how can we work together to support those economic opportunities, not just for our residents, but for local companies and the workforce by going beyond that mere access toward choice in the internet market? Click. There we go. All right. So digital equity everywhere. So equity goes beyond access, which is what I was talking about. And what we need to do is to identify and address the significant gaps in how our residents know what ISP services are available to them and guidance on how to secure those services at a price point they can afford. The ACP is a wonderful program. I think many of you know, but perhaps some of you do not, that currently the funding for that program runs out next year, right? So this isn't just about how to get started. It's about how do we sustain this operationally, right? Digital skills so that people know how to safely and securely use the internet for their needs. And I'm sure many of you are very concerned about their safety and security of their data and other things when they're using the internet. Getting access to a computing device. We know there are studies that show that in the urban core in Philadelphia, in particular, that over 50% of the Black and Latin American families are only using mobile devices to access the internet. Those devices are not sufficient for them to be able to take advantage of online training and classes, video conferences and healthcare. All kinds of things that are related to applying for a job. Imagine trying to fill out all of those forms on a little bitty screen. And if it's a single parent household and mom goes to work and takes her phone with her, everyone who's left at home now has no access to the internet, right? So thinking about the devices that people need, and then of course, help when the technology breaks, right? Or suddenly the multi-factor authentication isn't working properly, or whatever it is, and people don't know what to do. Who do they turn to? So these are the types of things that we're thinking about, not just in Pittsburgh, but all across Allegheny County through an organization called the Pittsburgh Digital Equity Coalition, which is a coalition of 20 or so organizations, many of whom you will hear from today, that are really thinking about how do we provide these wraparound services and be able to sustain them over the long term. Bink. I feel like if I say something like Shazam, it'll happen. Okay, thank you. How can we fundamentally change the equation to close the gaps for digital equity once and for all, and to sustain the most effective programs for current and future generations? One of our colleagues, Dr. Christopher Ali, who was at Penn State, just published an article that some of you may have read that talks about, that basically, I think he was talking to me, he said, stop talking about closing the digital divide, particularly in rural areas. We need to figure out how to create sustainable programs that are going forward, not just in the next 5 years, but forward decades, and I think he's really right about that. Shazam. Okay. All right. So here is my recommendation, and I know the folks from the PBDA and others have heard this before from me, but I want to say don't count out local government and cooperatives in Pennsylvania. We know that last fall, the NTIA clarified that states will need to certify whether they're going to waive their anti-muni laws. And those laws effectively prevent, in many respects, local governments and cooperatives from providing ISP services in their community unless we provide them for free, right? Broadband Now then published a study that shows that every state surrounding Pennsylvania has rescinded any legal restrictions they had on municipal and publicly owned networks. That makes Pennsylvania the least competitive state for residential and business broadband, right? And my friend over here from Greene County is going to talk about that because Greene County is bordered on two sides by West Virginia, which is actually doing better than we are. Why is that happening, right? So we need to think about how it is that we can catapult Pennsylvania to be the most competitive state in the region for economic opportunities related to broadband expansion. There is so much money and opportunity flowing. We should not be thinking, what can we accomplish to get us across the line? We need to be thinking about this as the electrification of the country, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do something remarkable in Pennsylvania and blow the competition out of the water. Did I mention I like questions? Yeah, okay, Shazam. Okay, so sustainable broadband for PA. So I think that there are really some core principles that we can all agree upon, and I hope that Lance, as you're planning, because you're doing a phenomenal job, that you'll be thinking about this with me and helping me to think these things through. I think we need to, under the auspices of the SPC, really think about collaboration. We need to be talking about how we can connect. Our roads and bridges and tunnels don't end at our county's borders or at our city's borders, right? We need to connect the region, and we need to do it in a way that's planned for that. We need to provide freedom of choice for our residents. We want to be open and transparent about our shared resources, and I want us to be requiring public reporting on baseline speeds and pricing by all ISPs. And it should be an apples to apples comparison so consumers understand what their choices are. I would like barrier-free connections, universal baseline connectivity, regardless of ability to pay, and with a simple sign-up process. Please don't make folks complete form after form after form. I know it's asking a lot, but the folks who need to fill out those forms are the ones that can least afford to spend the time trying to fill out those forms, right? Or getting to the local library to fill out the form. And we need it to be self-sustaining, and this is the big thing that I think we all should be really thinking about beyond the hard work of, you know, it's so hard just to get everyone connection and access, but we still need to be thinking about how can we make this sustainable, because the money that's coming now is for the initial build, right? What about for the future, and how can we have this available for the long term in a way that makes sense? Shazam. Okay. So what I'm asking is, and saying is that together, I really believe that we can innovate to answer these key questions so that we can deliver economic opportunities for everyone, regardless of whether they are an individual, a head of household, trying to start a small business. They've got a going business concern and they want to connect in with one of the large ISPs to provide something new and different in terms of differentiation with their competition. I think that this is something that we can do together, and it really has to be done together. I'm stepping off my soapbox now. Shazam. To introduce Mike Belding. He's from the Greene County Commissioner. He's one of the board commissioners, and he's done a really interesting thing over the last several years in Greene County in terms of actually implementing in one of our rural counties, and again, up against West Virginia, which is traditionally and historically, as I understand it, really providing some serious challenges in terms of competition. So.
Thank you, Heidi.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of these did you get? There you go.
Yes, the one on the right.
Okay, hopefully you can see that with the gray background. As others have mentioned, thank you to SPC and the sponsors. It's not often that Greene County gets on the stage, right? So we appreciate that. We are unique as a county. We have a history of fossil fuel driving our economy. Years ago, decades ago, it was 50% of our taxable revenue. Now it's about 30%, and we have struggled to diversify the economy to fill that 20% gap. So we have specific challenges, not helped by the bordering state of West Virginia. So there's a lot of advantage for business, West Virginia University, the hospital system, and so forth, just south of us that kind of draws technology, infrastructure, building, business, and everything away from our county. So we struggle to compete with not only our Pennsylvania neighbors, but also our West Virginia neighbors. And one of the thoughts of broadband installation in Greene County is to offer different opportunities to diversify the economy with both business, industry, and individuals that can live there but work anywhere. So that was one of our focuses. me take it back to about 2019. So this is my first term as a county commissioner. We're running a campaign in 2019, and almost everybody we talked to complained about access to broadband. There are specific and unique challenges to rural broadband installation for cost. You know, we go the country mile and pick up 2 or 3 access points for potential clients for that ISP, where in other places you may go 100 yards and pick up. So there's challenges with the installation cost versus customer base and the business model for those ISPs. So first in 2020, BC, as Leslie said, before COVID, we recognized as a priority for new leadership in the county after that 2019 election that broadband was going to be one of our priorities. My background's in the military, not technology, right? I mean, I knew Control-Alt-Delete was about my speed, so when in doubt, we searched out subject matter experts, as Beaver County was talking about. So with that initiative, we kind of went through the traditional, if government's going to spend money, you do the RFP, you figure out who your friends are, what their knowledge base are, and pick one of those. And I won't walk through all these bullets, but it was a very customary search for people that were going to help us with this problem, just like we would do for any other service. But it was unique to Greene County. I think 40% of our population were either underserved or unserved at the time, and we sought solutions for that. It was fortuitous to us to have started that before the pandemic hit, right? So we had some baseline data information that was coming in. We knew where we needed to get a little bit more defined problems. And there's a lot of talk about the FCC data. We found that we needed local data, particularly in rural communities. It's really hard for the federal government to define where you have and where you do not have service. So we entered into non-disclosure agreements with the ISPs, and so they're one of the bumper stickers, if you will, that we tout is this is a big problem with local solutions, because those ISPs are going to be your service providers, and they may only have a footprint in a community of 5,000 people or 7,000 people, or they may have tentacles that go miles and collect small groups of villages or crossroads of a community, and those are all unique. So we needed the information from their network availability, their capacity, and their capabilities. So we had non-disclosure agreements with those individuals. It was fortuitous in the fact that we didn't have any funding available. So as all those solutions were developed, all of them boiled down to our county for gig speed fiber optic cable. Towers are out because of the topographic, the hills and valleys and all those other things. So we set our sights on 100% solution of gig speed fiber optic cable to every household, business, and industry in Greene County, and that's what we're implementing at the time. Not having money at the county level, it was welcoming to see the CARES Act funding become available. All 3 county commissioners unanimously agreed to put almost half of our allocation of CARES Act funding into the first implementation of broadband projects in Greene County that were resolved, the problems were resolved in this feasibility study. So that first RFP went out. We have a great industry partner. Of the 5 that are available, 3 inquired, 1 responded, and more than doubled our input into that first installation project. So we put 220 miles of fiber optic cable in, 8,300 homes, businesses, gig speed capability access before CARES Act funding requirements closed out in December of 2020. Phenomenal project. People talk about the stars aligning. You know, we had the data, we received the funding, and our industry partner had pre-planned projects that were unfunded. And it all matched up, and we closed those out by December of 2020. As we see in a lot of programs, and get the next slide, success brings more opportunity, right? When you invest smartly and get a big bang for your dollars, you're likely rewarded with more money. So we went through the process of ARC grant funding. It was awarded in September of 21. That was a $2.5 million grant to continue the work that was outlined in the feasibility study. My previous career was in the military, so I try to keep things really simple to describe Napoleon's theory, right? Napoleon's corporal. So I liken this to garden hoses. You know, you're not going to drill a well where your garden is. You're going to run a hose to get the next water requirement down, the same thing. We just keep extending the capability of these fiber optic cables to more and more rural areas. That 8,300 in the initial investment was the low-hanging fruit. That was the outskirts of our more densely populated residential areas. The farther we go, the harder it gets and the more expensive it gets per installation and per opportunity to give access. So the ARC, the engineering's finalized, the environmental, we're weeks away, I think, from doing that. Know that, this isn't a secret, federal regulations draw out the planning process and the implementation process, and it has been extremely painful at the federal level to spend money on these programs. But we're gonna install 92 miles of fiber optic cable, almost 1,000 homes and businesses. That will be on the southern tier of Greene County that borders West Virginia, and they have an opportunity to migrate into the West Virginia rural areas south of the Mason-Dixon line. And again, industry partners ponied up more than the match, more than 100% of the match, which is really phenomenal for that implementation. And the third one I'll talk about briefly is philanthropic contributions. So natural gas industry, you know, the big power drivers of your economic taxable assets give back to the communities too. I mean, we see it all the time, whether it's a 4-H sale or a nonprofit church organization or something. CNX Foundation, kind of as their flagship when they split the company assets, announced a $1 million donation to Greene County specific to rural broadband. So we went through the same process, RFPs, picking up 100 plus homes and businesses, 31 miles. Unique to this investment, every other kind of investment when it comes through government has restrictions to it, right? Your CDBG, for instance, you're supposed to look for low and moderate income, and all these other programs. This is unrestricted funding. It's just a philanthropic donation of $1 million. So we went back out. Where can we not invest restricted funding, right? So we're going to pick up gaps that were never scheduled through RDOF or other programs to get broadband, and we're going to deliver broadband to them with this money. Interesting, in this case, one of them is a state park, Ryerson State Park, which was never on the schedule, and nobody lives there, right? But when we get broadband there, now the campers can have Wi-Fi and access and so forth, so it draws more people that want to camp but be connected. You know, rural but reachable, that's one of the things that we talk about. So unique in its application that it's really unrestricted. Of course, all the industry standards, EPA, all that stuff still applies, but we're not cow-tied to specific requirements of the funding streams. So that one's in the works as well. Environmental's going through, and that'll be complete in 2024. Like was mentioned, our target in Greene County is to have every house available access, every business available access, and our industry partners available access with gig speed across the spectrum of the rural county by 2024 or 25. And I think we're on. There are really, I call it tragic, that might not be a good word, but you know, when our kids were not in school, we ran school buses to deliver and pick up homework. Empty school buses. You know, so you talk about the inefficiencies of not having service. That's a really good example because these school buses ran empty simply to pick up and drop off packages of homework. So, you know, prioritizing the implementation of broadband in the county, all those add up to about $9 million if you're keeping track of that, and none of it was Greene County taxpayer money. That's one of the flags we like to wave. There's an opportunity cost with CARES Act funding, granted. I mean, that was money that could have been spent specific to the county budget or what have you, but the rest of it is all applied for and dedicated to broadband installation. One of the things I wanted to mention was the authority, you know, the Broadband Authority and other organizations like that, and they're doing great work, you know, drilling down on the FCC and getting data fixed and all of that. Those are all contributory. When you get data and your ISP provider can use it or your contractor can use it, but we found that our solution is local because our limited ISP providers all have a business border, right? They don't really compete with one another. It may be different in more urban areas where a household can choose between Comcast, Kinetic, and another one, but in Greene County, you get one provider, and we found that it was important to work locally with those individuals, and it was really effective that way. So we're unique, maybe, in that stream. I think other rural counties will find the same thing. We like competition. It drives down the price. It increases performance. But when it's not there, you really have to work really close locally with your service providers. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to talk about Greene County and our broadband initiatives. We look forward to the rest of the summit.
We do have some time for some questions, and our panelists can answer those for you. So if you do have some questions, take your note card, hand it up, and our staff will be coming around to gather them. We have a lot of questions, guys. I'll start with one actually for Andy. As the regional planning organization, how do you see the best way that you guys can assist your local governments in organizing these initiatives?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Amy. That's a great question. So, you know, as the regional planning organization, I think our role in all of this is technical assistance. You know, we have a lot of, as demonstrated today by up here on the stage, my colleagues, as well as some of the other counties that are just doing a tremendous job on their own in terms of either planning or securing funding or whatever it may be. I see our role as support to our partners and to our members, our counties in the city of Pittsburgh. Within SPC, we have created a connectivity resource center where when we selected our consultant to do our connectivity roadmap, we also retained them for a period of 3 years to provide on-call technical services to us and our constituents and our members. So while we don't physically at SPC have the expertise maybe to answer all the questions, our team of consultants, they're just a wide range of, it's a wide-ranging team from everything from you know, implementation and technical assistance to public engagement to media outreach, whatever it may be. You know, we are poised and we are ready to assist our partners and our members and our constituents with basically whatever their need may be. We were able to secure funding from some of our philanthropic organizations, our foundations within the region to help fund those activities over the next few years. So, you know, we see this broadband connectivity as a form of transportation, as, you know, in the last 2 years under COVID has really solidified that. You know, it is, people are using it for doctor's appointments, for online learning, for connecting with friends. So it really serves the same purpose as a bus or a road or a bridge or a bicycle. So, you know, really in our eyes, and I think this is being shared by an increasing amount of regional planning organizations across the country, who are now diving into broadband connectivity. You know, we're here to support you. You know, we have the Resource Center up and running. We have mapping, we have data, we have support for grant applications, we have support for public outreach, whatever it may be. You know, we are ready to help.
There it is. Thank you. Appreciate that. One of the questions is, will the slides shared at the presentation be available for the attendees to download? Yes, it will be on the Eventbrite. Yep. Heidi asked some pointed questions about the importance of competition and agreeing on a set of principles for use of public broadband dollars. What is the response of our other panel members? Lance, you wanna?
Sure, just put me on the spot. That's no. I think, well, I think Heidi made some really, really good points, and I really appreciated some of the things you had to say, because some of the other avenues that we are working. So came here to talking about what Beaver County is doing, connecting homes. We have a couple other silos that we're doing in a digital navigator program, taking a look at, so the funding that we had is able to be used to connect. That meant that my rural areas were going to have a connection, probably better than some of our river towns and some of our inner cities. And then, in addition to that, the funding I have was so to be used for the unserved that I had a big majority of our residents that weren't going to be able to get any funding. So we were able to come up with, was once again, one of the things we went back and forth on. Like, I want to be able to do something for them, and we got to figure out what the right thing to do is. And Kirsten and Michael Baker have done so much to go and do the research, and some of the information you gave, I kept looking over at Kirsten, because it's so many things that we've seen out there, and it's great to have you validate some of that research that we've seen. And we're ready to initiate a digital navigator program, making it easier to go through the ACP, which is, like, if you've ever done it, is a pain. So you couldn't be more accurate with some of these questions that you're asking, and trying to bring everything together. Like, we can't, like, my whole thing is I don't want to forget about a single person in my county. My county is the best county that there is, no offense to anybody else. But because of the people that are there. So it's sort of an answer to your question, but I loved what you had to say. I was just so attuned in some of the figures and some of the things that you had, because that's exactly what we've gone through. That's what we've been we've been trying to push, and it's with our commissioners right now to allow us to go ahead, and we're ready to roll on that stuff. So thank you for bringing that.
Did you want to answer?
Well, I mean, our goal is the same. So Greene County has 35,000 residents. It's hard to say that none of them deserve this service, right? I mean, everybody deserves the same thing. So, but if you go back to the rural nature of this, and we connect down roadways and previously used easements and right-of-ways and so forth, we're going to get all of them. And the 35,000 number is much more manageable than, 50 or 70,000 when you look at trying to get in much more densely populated areas and then out to the rural areas. We want to treat all of our residents the same. We would like to see more opportunity for alternative technologies. In some cases, they may be cheaper. To be honest, this $1 million from CNX is very expensive installation per household, but we have no other way to get it right now. So I guess our bottom goal is competition through technology, but at the end of the day, we want every resident, business, and industry in Greene County to have the same access at an affordable rate.
And I'd just like to close on that particular question by saying, all of us here are very used to thinking about roads, bridges, tunnels, right? And those roads, bridges, tunnels generally don't stop at the edge of the municipality or at the edge of the county. If I want to connect to Greene County, there's a few other places that I have to go through to get there, which is why forums like this and the realization that, you know, he may be from a county and I'm from a large municipality, but we're all dealing with the same things and we're all trying to learn how to do this and do this well. And it's a really quick ramp up that we've been challenged with to try and get our arms around this. So the collaboration and the sharing of these stories and the questions of how can we do better for everyone, no matter where they live, no matter where they're from or what their challenges and struggles are, that is, I think, our shared goal and purpose.
Yeah, I think just on the border, I mean, down to emergency service responses across the Mason-Dixon line are challenging. And the two worlds are so far apart between Pennsylvania as a commonwealth and business rules, statutes, ordinances, and laws, and West Virginia. They are so different. It might as well be a wall right there. I mean, it's really hard to work across the state line.
Do we have any other additional closing remarks or thoughts from the panel? I want to thank you all very much for your time today. It was very interesting and we appreciate it. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Oshie.
While we are changing panels here and welcoming up our government panel, I just want to also take another moment to recognize a few more sponsors that we have with us today. First of all, we are live streaming on our website, and thanks to First Light and Kimley Horn for making that possible, and for all those who may be out there participating by live stream, we're glad to have you as well. And also thanks to our gold sponsor, Buchanan Ingersoll and Rooney, and to our printing sponsor, Crown Castle, and then also the desserts you will enjoy later were compliments of our Butler County Chamber of Commerce. So again, thanks to those sponsors and welcoming up the government panel, and I will turn this now over to Jim Penna from AT&T.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My wife just texted me, can we chat for a moment? I don't even have time to tell her no. How many of you, by show of hands, since you arrived here this morning, have texted your spouse, put money in your kid's lunch account, checked your email, handled something from work? Just put your hand up that you've done something with your technology. Or maybe I should do it the other way. How many of you have not been on your phones at all since you've been here? The chosen few. That goes to show the importance of our connectivity in our world these days. So I'm going to, a couple housekeeping notes. Again, the cards that are on the table, if you haven't filled one out, I encourage you to do so. I also encourage you to print large and legibly, because these glasses aren't what they used to be, and if I have to read them, we got to make sure that we do it correctly. We have a panel here for you. I'm going to begin with a comment that I offer up oftentimes when I'm in front of a group of people for the first time, that really has more to do with the responsible use of the technology, and that you all have one of these, and like you, it has a face. It has friends, just like you. It has memory, just like you. What it does not have is a conscience or a sense of decency. So it is up to you, whenever you're using this, to apply a conscience and decency in communicating to one another, expressing your opinion on any subject matter. And so I encourage the responsible use of ours and all of our technologies moving forward. So I just hope that if you are blessed, be connected, you do it in the same manner in which you would do, Mr. Commissioner, if we were talking to one another over a beer at the Jacktown Fair, right? All right. All right, so we have with us our panel, Representative Nick Piscatano of the 38th District. Go ahead and applaud for him. You can hold your applause to the end of the other two, though. Todd Aegis from the Broadband Cable Association of Pennsylvania, and Melissa Gates from the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania. They will give us updates on legislation, which is a critical part on this. Okay, now you can applaud for Todd and Melissa as well. I'm going to allow each of them to kind of make an opening comment if they wish, and I'll just go in the order that they're sitting. So, Todd, if you want to offer up some opening words to some folks as we begin.
Well, thank you. First, let me thank Commissioner Oshie and the board and staff of SPC. I think it's critically important that groups like this come together from wherever you are in the broadband ecosystem to discuss what solutions can be had to succeed in our goal. And so what is our goal? Our goal, first and foremost, is to connect those unserved and underserved residents across the Commonwealth and across the nation. And I would caution you that if we stray too far from that initial goal of universal connectivity, we will put ourselves at risk. Because this is a large government program. Typically, these programs were administered at the federal government level. Now, this program is being administered at the state with funds coming down from the feds to the Broadband Development Authority. That $1 billion or so comes with it a once-in-a-generation opportunity, but it also inherently imposes a great implementation risk. And if we take our eye off the ball from that true sense to get people connected, if this becomes a social policy experiment, if we start to think about other things, we will fail. But if we work together on solutions, and those solutions are going to be required at every level of government, the federal rules are going to be important. What the state decides to do and the Broadband Authority decides to do with their rules are going to be important. What counties do, what we do with local governments as ISPs work on permitting processes, our friends in the polls, the poll owners, and how we work on make-ready and attachments and pole replacements, how we work with our friends at the railroads to reduce the obstacles and barriers to crossing those, access to rights of way, street cut moratoria. All of these things are complex, but yet they're simple. The solutions sit right in organizations like this and in rooms like this. So we need to work together, and we need to keep a laser focus on the opportunity that we have before us. Because if we lose that focus, as I said, we risk failure. We risk looking at each other in a room like this in 5 or 7 years and going, what did we do with $1 billion and why did we not solve this problem? And it's incumbent on all of us, whether you're an ISP, whether you're a local government, wherever you come from, that we work together to find solutions that are going to allow us to be successful and achieve the goal on behalf of the residents of our Commonwealth.
Thank you, Todd. Melissa?
Well, to follow that up, no, I think something that I can talk to a little bit today is some of the thematic elements you've already heard throughout that first panel, and so I'm really glad they talked before we did, because I think there's a lot of really good information and lessons learned that have already come out of there. I mean, you saw Commissioner Belding talk about in Greene County. I mean, they had a plan, we're going to talk about BC before COVID. They had a plan pre-COVID, and they're thinking that their build-out will be finished in 2025. So how do we look at investing these one-time funds, which, I know all the counties in this room are no stranger to one-time funds and the many pitfalls that come with them, but looking at sustainability, but also looking at, as you plan out a system and as you work together with, different levels of government, with, providers, with, new providers to the space, with your community anchor institutions, your libraries, your nonprofits, your United Ways, your chambers of commerce, you name it, because who's not involved in this space anymore? How do we look at building a system and creating an expectation that's manageable for the public? And I think that's one of the pieces that's really tough about this, right? Because people said, I heard there's all this money for broadband, there's all these things with broadband, why don't I have broadband? And understanding that it's something that takes time, it takes planning. We had over a third of counties work on some sort of feasibility study to look at what broadband looks like in their community. And that might be pre-COVID, that might have been during COVID, that might have been, last week. It's something that a lot of counties have looked towards because they recognize there's an issue, they recognize there's lack of data, they've recognized a lot of different things and want to be part of the solution. Do they want to be the solution? I don't think so. That's not what I've heard back from our members, right? Counties want to be a part of the solution. They want to be conveners, and they want to help offer that more regionalized perspective. So you can come together, you have 2,500 plus municipalities, you have 67 counties, you have all your local development districts, and everyone's doing great work. How do we kind of bring everyone together to the table to have conversations like we're having today? I mean, I'm looking at all the faces in the room, and there's not a lot of folks here I don't recognize because there's county leaders, there's industry partners we've been working with, there's state officials, federal officials, there's a lot of different folks in this room who want to be a part of the solution. So how do we, from the county perspective, how do we help be a conduit for that without assuming another responsibility? Because at the end of the day, this is a service that consumers want to see provided, and they want the government to help. And I always say this, and so I'm going to use it here because it's one of my favorite sayings. People don't care about what level of government provides the service. They care that the service is provided. So while government entities are not the provider, the actual sense provider of broadband service, they know that the government's involved of making sure they get broadband. So I'll close on that and pass it off to Representative. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank the SPC for inviting me today to disentangle what's happening in Harrisburg, which I don't know how I got that job, but I feel like that was not a friend who gave me that job. And from our perspective in the legislature, these are bipartisan issues. Broadband access, the ability for our kids to be able to get online to do their homework is not a partisan issue in any way. And so the folks in Harrisburg and the House and the State Senate have worked collaboratively to try and make sure that Pennsylvania is as competitive as possible for this funding. The state, the Commonwealth needs to do the best job that they can to tap into the federal money that's available here. And I know I'm preaching to the choir on that in this room, but it is a bipartisan focus in Harrisburg on how we do that and how we get that done. And a big part of that is the Broadband Development Authority. I know you'll hear from Mr. Carson later about some of that. But my former colleague Pam Snyder from Greene County and my current colleague Rob Matze, who serve on that board, and Carl Metzger, who serve on that board as the House representatives, work collaboratively across the partisan divide to push this project forward. So it's great to see a lot of familiar faces in this room and to hear that everybody is kind of pushing on this in the same direction.
All right, so we're going to begin with an observation. We've mentioned pre-COVID a couple of times. In the immediate aftermath of when the kids went home from school, myself and my colleagues spent the first 6 weeks fielding phone calls from state reps, state senators that many of you had reached out to, trying to figure out a way to get service to kids that didn't have service because now they're home and they can't get educated. And in some cases, some of the very people who were calling were the same people who were preventing the build out just 6 months prior to that or a year prior to that in many of these same municipalities. So if any of you could offer up striking the balance between protecting the public right of way or protecting a municipal government's control over what they are and what they're doing with encouraging investment or making sure that they're seeing around the bend the necessity of these technologies and the connectivity.
I will take a stab at that. First, let me say, I think you're absolutely right. The pandemic placed a significant hot, white, bright light on connectivity as everybody went home to work and to school and to worship and just to stay connected to friends and family, right? I would tell you that if I were to design a stress test on the networks that are present, that would have been it. And I'm proud to say to you that those where we hear so much about, oh, everything needs to be fiber, everything needs to be synchronous, I would say leave that to the professionals. They know how to deliver networks. We were not Europe where they had to ask people to limit their video streaming in the evening because our networks, our providers are building networks and they're thinking about capacity 5 and 7 years down the road already. But the pandemic also put a very bright light on the fact there were those who did not have the necessary connectivity, necessary access. And so as we think about expanding these, and I think very closely to the local government management of public rights of way, we need to partner. We need to come up with a way for providers and those building these networks to work closely on streamlining the permitting process, to have a reasonable understanding of what that turnaround can be. I've been part of an industry in building these networks. I've had, 60 or 80 days, I'll give you a great example, for permits to be turned around. A lot of this is contract labor. We have to recognize that we are in a place right now where labor is short, supply chain is short. Even before the pandemic started, I was doing a build here in central Pennsylvania where permits were held up by a municipality for 2 cycles to get commissioners to meet 60 days, and once we got the approval, we turned around and the contractor said to us, sorry, we sent the crews to South Carolina, they won't be back for 6 more weeks. We need to work together to streamline these processes.
State Representative, specifically for you, I'll speak for a lot of people in this room. I know I've heard the sentence from more than a few folks in this room, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia gets everything and the rest of us are forgotten. Our friends from Pittsburgh, I've heard them say, Philadelphia gets everything and Pittsburgh is forgotten. And on a certain level, it's all true. Is the tone and temperament, are we at a point in Harrisburg where we can, and I'll say it a bit more harshly than Heidi did, this whole idea of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia getting everything and the rurals don't, or the rurals get more money than what their people get. Can we get over ourselves and actually just solve the problem, or actually put some money into it and work together to solve the problem? Because we should have connectivity all the way around.
I don't know, Jim, you're asking 253 elected officials in Harrisburg to get over themselves. That might be too tall of an order. I'm just one man here. But, I think there's an approach here, right, where rural communities are well done by the Commonwealth. And there is somewhat of a misconception that everybody in Allegheny County, where I'm from and I represent, has the highest gig speeds possible and has access to the greatest broadband, and right across the border in Washington or Westmoreland or Beaver, that just stops. There are communities that I represent that have 100-year-old infrastructure, and I represent a piece of the city and have suburban communities that have issues with connectivity and affordability and things like that too. And so Philly and Pittsburgh City dominate kind of the discussion because those are the urban centers, but in Harrisburg, at least in my experience, it's a known problem that even within those urban regions, there is old infrastructure and there are still open needs, and that it's not just that there are haves and have-nots across the Commonwealth, there are pockets of haves and pockets of have-nots everywhere in all 67 counties. And so, quite honestly, that's what makes it a bipartisan approach, right? You can be a representative or a senator from Center City, Philadelphia, and still have constituents that have these problems, the same problems that somebody like Representative Metzger has in Somerset County. Those connectivity problems are not unique in certain regions. There are different challenges in different regions. There's different challenges in Somerset or Greene than there are in Allegheny or Philadelphia or Montgomery. But everybody kind of has the same overarching challenge of accessibility and affordability.
All right. Again, if you have questions, if you've filled out a card, raise your hand. Somebody will come get it. One's been put in front of me here that I'll read over for a second, then get to, but quickly to the county first. County commissioners in the room, or folks representing counties, raise your hand. Worst job in the world, right? You don't control 90% of your budget, and the moment you have good news, State Representative Piscatano jumps in front of the parade and takes credit for it. What are the things in particular that you think county government, Melissa, can address to help encourage investment or funnel these funds as they've gone in? What success stories that you've seen, where should they be targeting their efforts? Because you can't be all places doing all things, based on your experience.
Yeah, so I can speak a little bit to the experience of the commissioner. So anyone, just for edification, anyone who's not familiar with the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania, it's a nonprofit, nonpartisan association that represents all 67 counties. All 67 counties are our members. And so counties, like I said, they want to be conveners. How they've gone about that has looked different because, as you know, all you folks sitting in this room know, there's not one solution. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, whether you're talking about broadband, or you're talking about transportation, or you're talking about really anything. So how do you look at solving the problem that fits best for your region? So some folks participate in forums like this. Some folks work with their local development districts, right, to kind of have that conversation, bring everyone to the table and set up a beautiful conference, if I do say so myself. But some counties have looked at saying, okay, if we have these assets, I'll look at Center County for a second. They used their 911 towers and said, hey, we have this infrastructure. How can we bring someone in to attach their product to our infrastructure? The county gets some revenue, of course, from leasing the space, but services then provided. You have some counties like York County who happen to be, working on their one of their trails, and they said, you know what if we just built fiber down this trail while we already have everything dug up? We'll just throw it in as part of our planning process, and they worked through their economic alliance to do that. So you have counties everywhere looking at that, and that's just the development side of things, right? Because we're talking a lot about access and affordability. Access is not just access to the infrastructure. Access is also access to a device, and then the ability to do so in a responsible and safe manner. So looking at access programs, we have Tioga and Potter counties that have been working with their area agencies on aging and their school districts to create a seniors to seniors program where you have high school seniors who traditionally are pretty tech literate, working with senior citizens within their community. Not only does it help teach those senior citizens those technology skills, but you're bringing together different generations. You're decreasing signs of loneliness. You're looking at those sorts of things as well. So how do we look at these things holistically? So I gave some examples, but what I think it really boils down to are partnerships. As you kind of said, counties are poised with responsibilities for a lot of things, and I think that's a more than an understatement. But I think counties are also uniquely positioned to be those conveners and already have those relationships with those entities to say, okay, we know the library is doing this, and we know that our area agency on aging is doing this, and we have this program that we've been talking to a school about. How do we bring all those folks together at one table, invest resources responsibly, and then at the end of the day say, to your constituents, because again, commissioners are elected officials, to their constituents at the end of the day, this is how we tried to help solve your problem. And so that, I think, is the biggest thing for them.
I'm going to try to get a couple of your questions, and as I ask them, I'm going to suggest that the three of you decide which one of you might be best to answer an individual question. So here's one. Given the excellent questions put on the table about access and equitability, and now up front as we go forward, how are we dealing with ISP relationships with municipal, federal, state, and private public funding sources as to who owns what, who controls what, who charges who what, so that everyone's end goal is about everyone having access and can be economically viable for everyone? I'm going to guess we're going to have a moment before somebody volunteers to answer.
Seems like Todd's.
Yeah, you want that, Todd? Is that
I think that's Todd.
Wow. I'll take a shot.
Look, where do we begin, right? I mean, we want to deal with the ISPs. Where do we begin?
Right. Look, so much of there are three ways to think about this, and in my mind, three distinct buckets. You have the two large buckets, which are access, providing physical connections to homes. And then there is the adoption, which includes the equity element of that. All of those are important. And by the way, equity is not just affordability. We need to dig down deeper and understand reticence to connectivity, because it is not just affordability. Even in places where ACP is known, there is still a 15 to 20% non-connectivity rate because people don't want to, either it's too hard to sign up. there's security concerns, there's reticence, there's skills, there's device issues, as Heidi said. And by the way, the other part of this, relative to ISPs who have built these networks from the ground up with private risk capital, almost $100 billion in Pennsylvania since 1995. I think Heidi said earlier that this was, the first dollar's the easy dollar here. You can take some government money and build a network. Probably anybody could do that. But these networks are going to have to be sustained, maintained, and served. And by the way, let's not just say because a wire or some technology passes your mailbox that you have access, particularly in the rural areas where the farmhouse may be set back a quarter of a mile, or those long, deep drops, as we call them, those offsets from the road. We need to think about how to get to every single one of those people, and it's going to take, again, that coordination. So it's going to take a lot of coordination with the incumbent providers. And by the way, inside that access, we often think of large rural areas. So much of this is those 2, 3, 5, 10 homes at the end of the line where you could never make the economics work. That is a huge chunk of the unserved population, and we have an amazing opportunity to get to them now, but that's going to take working with incumbent providers to do this well, to do this right, and to do it smart. And by the way, a gigantic pot of federal government money does two things. It provides us with opportunity, but like honey, it also attracts flies. And I would caution people who do not do this every day for a living to not be seduced by the guy who's hung up a shingle and wants to take $250,000 or $500,000 to do a nice feasibility study and make promises that will never come true. And they're not going to be here in 5 or 7 years when the private risk capital needs to maintain those networks and to upgrade those networks and make sure that we're in a multiple gig future, a 10G future in 15 or 20 years.
It's an excellent point, and it brings me back to Greene County. Actually, it'll be 10 years from you with AT&T come beginning of April. And early on, Friends from Morris Township had hired somebody to help them, and they came to, that person knew me and came to us asking about somebody who was trying to pitch something they were trying to do in Morris County, and the Morris Township folks weren't certain. And I wouldn't call it a dodge or a hustle, but it wasn't something that was going to work. We happily brought them in to talk to some of our engineers who said this is more about underground mining than any sort of real connectivity for a community. So yeah, you do have to worry about that. I'm going to apologize. Obviously, a half hour is never going to be enough to get to all your questions. Our panelists will stick around for 24 hours to answer all your questions in great detail. I do want to give them each a brief opportunity to offer up some final comments or observations. And I guess we'll start in the same order that we began with. So Todd, if you could offer up something briefly and save enough time for the representative, because, you know, he's the big guy.
Yeah, again, thanks, Jim. I just want to thank everybody at SPC and everybody who came today. It's really simple. We can make this hard or we can make this simple. At the end of the day, we need all to work together. We have a great opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation, which is so overused, opportunity to get this right. But we have an equal opportunity to get it wrong, and it's going to take everybody in this room to work together, to find common solutions, and to hear each other so that we can truly, ultimately succeed at this goal of serving everyone in the Commonwealth.
Something I actually wanted to add to my last commentary about what counties are doing. So one of the reasons that CCAP's sitting here on the legislative panel is part of my job is to make sure that the state understands what counties need and what counties are doing and what counties need. So I just told you all what counties are doing, and then I'm going to go tell everyone, like Representative Piscitano, what counties need. And so part of that process also is communicating with the State Broadband Authority regularly. We have a broadband task force that we're continuously working through that has planning directors, IT directors, GIS professionals, commissioners, chief clerks, county administrators, legislators, kind of the whole gamut of county folks on it, to make sure that we're looking at this holistically. Because like Todd said, I mean, it's that once in a lifetime opportunity. It's a process that takes a lot more than just 3 people sitting in a room. So how do we make sure that we're continuously being plugged into this process, understanding that a lot of these initiatives are happening on, borderline on the grassroots levels, right? So how do we take them all the way up, make sure that when the federal government is setting their regulations, that's going down to the state, that we're also funneling up our asks, requests, and needs from the local government perspective to ensure that those are included in the state process. And I also do want to say thank you for inviting me. It was a really great opportunity, and appreciate everything you all are doing.
Representative?
Yeah, and thanks, Jim and the SBC again for hosting us today. From my perspective, I think it's important to remember that about 90 odd years ago, we did something similar in this country with electrification, especially in the rural South and in the West. And we are doing that now. It's the same process of providing that kind of key public service to the people of this Commonwealth. And when you're looking for parallels on the challenges that we're having with this today, the same challenges happened 90 years ago in the depths of the Great Depression and FDR's investment in kind of public infrastructure. And so these are not new problems, and they've been solved before. So it's not easy, but it's definitely doable when we have groups like this that are focused on achieving the goals that we're all here to do. So take some heart when you're feeling despairing that this has been done before and we can do it again. So thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. And I will tell you that for many of your constituents, their priority probably will be streaming video. Probably will be, watching their favorite shows. And not that it's America, their individual right. But the fact of the matter is emergency services and the education of our young people are the priority as to why this needs to be connected. And I would liken it that anybody who's in a car wreck should be able to call for help anywhere in the Commonwealth. And any kid that wants to go to the library, and that's what this is, right? The library. In some cases, kids live in communities where there's no library to go to if they don't have access. And the cases of in Pittsburgh, they got a library and they're being told they don't have enough money to walk through the door. I think the private-public partnership can help solve many of these problems. We're going to have to get creative, but we have to apply some good thought on it. By the way, my wife said that I told her I wouldn't be able to talk to her half hour. She says, no big deal, something that just made her smile she wanted to share. Best part of my day. We're only going to take a 5-minute break to catch back up. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you.
I was like, which way are we going?
We just kept tossing all the hard questions to you, Todd.
That
We're like,
way.
I'll take care of that one.
Thank you very much. Buckle your seat for funding. Wow, that was quick. You see how that worked, do you? All right. All right, while we get organized here, I was told we're running a little late, Brandon, so we have to, we only have like 5 minutes. All right. I will tell you, this team right here is going to put the fun in funding. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Oh, yeah. I mean, Todd, where's Todd? The last speaker? Holy cow, you brought me down, bro. I mean, jeez. I mean, like, holy cow, I'm going to mess this up. You made me nervous. All right. Are we good? All right. It looks like I'm John Timney, Executive Director, Washington County Authority. I told SPC they shouldn't do this, but they gave me a mic. So instead of introducing everyone, I'm just going to right to left here. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm not sure.
Pass.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Brandon Carson, Executive Director of the Broadband Authority here in Pennsylvania. And it's good to be here with you this morning to talk about all things broadband. Excited for the conversation.
My name is Robert Fry. I'm the General Field Representative for USDA, the Rural Utility Service, our telecom division. I handle all things related to broadband programs in the state of Pennsylvania, New York, and all of New England. Looking forward to talking to you all.
Hello, my name is Curtis Hansen. I am ARC's Program Manager for Broadband. I've been in the role for about 1.5 years, so I'm newer to Appalachia as a region. I'm newer to this side of the country. I grew up out west. My background is in broadband, but on the ISP side. So I worked for an internet service provider that operated out west. We also had operations in the Caribbean, Alaska, a bunch of random places. I ran the network planning team, so I was responsible for running the business cases, ranking them top to bottom, and drawing the line, which was a hard role to fill. It was even harder than to meet with those communities that were below the line, who you had to explain to how their community just wasn't profitable enough. The flip side of that, though, is that I got to then work with them to find funding opportunities. So I got to lead our company's participation in everything from E-rate to the Connect America Fund auction. I ran the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction, and I checked last night because I thought it would be interesting. I actually put together a bid for over 50% of the RDOF eligible locations for the counties covered by SPC. So I know that this region has the need, I know that it has the promise, and I'm excited to be here.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. So nice to see so many of you in person. My name is Nicole Ugarte. I'm the Federal Program Officer for Pennsylvania with the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. It's a really long way of saying that if you've heard of BEAD, if you've heard of the Digital Equity Act, if you've heard a lot of money going into broadband right now, I'm a person that you should be talking to. My background is really in getting different levels of government to work together. I spent last 10, 12 years working in interoperability and emergency services and communications in, 47 out of the 56 states and territories. So it's really wonderful to be able to focus on my home state of Pennsylvania and really work with all of you to figure out how we're going to get everyone affordable and reliable access to high-speed internet.
So SPC asked me to introduce everyone, but I couldn't pronounce Appalachia, and I couldn't pronounce Nicole's last name, so that's why I delegated.
Still can, it's okay.
Right, that's why I said Nicole. Okay, so, sort of conference 101, don't put the speaker right before lunch, and so that's what we have. We're in the way of your lunch, but we feel that with this funding opportunity we have here, there's a varied different opportunities we have. So I was going to start with Nicole, but Brandon, why don't you go ahead and start? What do we have here? We have a plethora of different opportunities. Wanted each of you to talk about your organization first, and then the programmatic approach to this funding.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So in terms of the authority, I don't want to get into too much detail on the authority. Unfortunately for you all, you have to listen to me on this panel this morning, and then also Dr. Kopko and I have a panel this afternoon. We're going to dig a little more into the work of the authority and some of our governing actions that we're working on now. But for purposes of this panel, we're really focused in on the funding. And Nicole mentioned BEAD, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment. There's been so much focus on BEAD in recent months for obvious reasons. $42.5 billion available nationally. An enormous amount of funding to make a huge difference. We heard it from panelists this morning. I think many of them said it well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we need to ensure that we're doing our due diligence as we prepare to roll those dollars out here in the coming years. So the runway for the BEAD program specifically is a little longer than some may like, myself included. There's a lot of anxiety in this space right now, and I can understand that. We get inquiries, calls, emails on a daily basis as it relates to timing. So that's something that I certainly want to talk a little bit about this morning. Many of you are likely aware of the challenge process the FCC just kind of undertook, and they're working through the adjudication of challenges that were submitted now. The FCC map is going to be used to determine how that $42.5 billion in BEAD funds will be allocated to each of the states. So NTIA and our friends there, Nicole and others, have committed to June 30th as a date that BEAD funds will be allocated. So June 30th of this year, we should have a sense for what Penn State's allocation of that $42.5 billion will be. So what happens in the meantime and what happens beyond that June 30 date? We've been charged with the development of a 5-year action plan for BEAD. That will serve as a roadmap for making these investments in our communities to ensure that we are adequately connecting our communities. That work is underway now. We have started our stakeholder engagement process. We are working to onboard a consultant or consultants to help with that effort this spring and into this summer. By mid-August, we have to have a plan that is developed in place and submitted to NTIA for review and approval. So there's a significant amount of planning work that has to happen in the coming months leading up to that August deadline. Once those plans are in place and approved, the state then makes initial application to NTIA for our share of funding. From there, we can start to stand up our grant programs to start to put some of these dollars on the ground in your communities. So we're working through some of those details now on what these programs will look like. We're meeting with a lot of different stakeholders, gathering as much input as we can on that process for future guidelines. And that's going to be an evolving, iterative process. But looking ahead to 2024 is when the majority of these funds will start to hit. We'll receive our initial allocation in 2024, hopefully, and then we will begin to make those investments at that point moving forward from 2024 and beyond. So that's kind of the timeline for BEAD from the state broadband authority's perspective.
How about let's go to Nicole for a second. I probably should have started with you, Nicole. Is there an umbrella above that then feeds down to the Commonwealth?
So I'll turn the mic closer to me so everybody can hear. Wave at me if you can't quite hear me. So Brandon talked about the $42 billion. That is the umbrella amount that the U.S. Congress gave to this program, in addition to $2.75 billion for the Digital Equity Act, which we consider as part of this Internet for All program. There's also the Middle Mile program, the Tribal Broadband Connectivity program, et cetera. But I think overall, when we talk about BEAD, certainly there's an infrastructure component, but you know, I love a dad joke, and we talk so much that BEAD without equity is just bad. So the equity, thank you. Yes, I got some laughs there. You all win. Gold stars for the day.
Here's your prop here.
Yeah. There you go, exactly. See, we can just take it out. The point is, though, that there's a lot of focus on the infrastructure component. That is absolutely true. The allocation is determined by building out to these unserved and underserved areas. On top of that, digital equity has to happen in conjunction with these infrastructure programs. What good is a fiber line running to a community if there's no adoption there? How do we really understand what the needs are unless we're working with community members? Dropped my glasses, it's fine. To piggyback on what Brandon was saying, there's a couple of components about the BEAD program, Broadband Equity, Access and Deployment, that I think are really important for you to know. Number one, we're learning from past grant programs. Brandon and his team are going to have to submit an initial proposal for us to approve before Pennsylvania receives their funding. So unlike other grant programs, Pennsylvania will have to tell us what the plan is before the money is received, right? We have to make sure it's viable. I think things, you know, are in good shape so far, right? But I think that that's a good check to make sure that we're using these dollars efficiently. There's also a requirement for local coordination and stakeholder engagement. So nowhere in the country can any of these plans be developed just at the state level, just in a black box. Everybody is required to talk to communities across the geography, across the different community demographics in their state, and it has to be a transparent process that you all are aware of and that we're aware of. I think that those are really key components that will feed into the digital equity part of BEAD. And on top of that, knowing that there's a lot of infrastructure going on, particularly in Pennsylvania, there is BEAD's cousin program, the Digital Equity Act, which is a series of 3 different grants that support specifically digital equity programs in the state. So this is all a lot. It's very complicated and annoying, but it's my job to make sure that this is accessible, that all of you can know as much about it as Brandon and I do. So you too can memorize the 94-page NOFO if you're so inclined.
So there's a lot related to BEAD. We probably should save some time for that. But Robert, how are you putting fun in funding?
Well, so the real
You did
utility
this, Vince. You did this. You gave me the mic.
So the Rural Utility Services was created in the Rural Electrification Act. So we've been doing it since 1938, I believe. And we started with last mile electricity. We funded a lot of electric cooperatives that are still in business today. In the 50s and 60s, we switched to telephones, and we did a lot of the local exchanges and telephone cooperatives. And so now we're focused on broadband. And so we have a long history of success in building out this type of thing to last mile. The Reconnect program is the primary conduit by which we're bringing broadband to rural areas. It's created by the Farm Bill. It's tend to be large awards. It takes several components. There's a loan-only component where you can borrow at 2% interest for upwards about 20 years, depending on the underlying collateral. There's a combination of loan and grant. 50% of it is a loan, 50% of it's a grant. The loan component is what we call cost of funds. Cost of funds would be the corresponding treasury rate for that term. And the other parts are grant only. There's a grant with a 25% match. That has different thresholds than some grants we have which are no match. So it depends on what you apply for. We have the grants in which there's no match, there's 2 types. One is you're going to have socially vulnerable communities where you're going to be bringing service to those, and we have a mapping tool that will tell you that is indeed one of those communities. You don't have to do the demographics yourself. The other is you're defining your service areas at 90% threshold, meaning they're underserved at 90%. And our latest funding opportunity announcement, otherwise we call it FOA, defines sufficient speed as 100 by 20 symmetrical terrestrial system. So if you're in an area that's 90% unserved at those speeds, we can fund 100% grant. We just closed a round. The top line number is hard to determine because we're still working through how much of the loans we want to fund, how much of the combinations. There's a subsidy rate that's calculated in, but we're typically funded by Congress every year, and that's the primary way we fund projects. We have a secondary project which is coming up in March. We're expecting the funding opportunity to come out in March. It's called our Community Connect program. It's basically Reconnect on a smaller level. It's a grant-only program. It's a $4 million award. There's a 15% match, a lot less strings attached. The difference is that in this program, you can only draw one service area. And within that service area, there can be no households with sufficient service, which is a 25 by 3. So it's a little bit different program, a little bit different standards, but less strings attached to it. And that's coming out in March. The last round we did, it's interesting, because you think, oh, well, we're oversubscribed and all this stuff. The last round we did in Community Connect, we funded everything that was eligible. There were some that were determined to be ineligible. I wish I had worked with them. I probably could have helped that. But those are the primary programs by which we deliver internet. And how we do it is, as your general field representative, we have a little bit different way of operating. I'm attached to the project from your first phone call where you're thinking about what you want to do, right through the end of the grant where it's terminated, your system's lit up. I'm there the whole time. I'll be attached to a project maybe for 7 years. So that's how we operate. And so as your general field representative, I'm the person you talk to initially, ongoing, after funding, et cetera. That's how we're structured.
Thank you. Curtis?
Yeah, so, in terms of Internet for All funding, that's what we're talking about, right? John?
Yes.
Excellent.
Or fun. You can
Yeah, fun, the fun aspect of that. So I don't know, has anyone checked out the Internet for All website? It's pretty flashy, right? It's out in that it has good information, it's very clearly laid out. If you go through the list, you won't see ARC among the named programs of the Internet for All, umbrella. But ARC has been named in certain special ways in the language that define those programs. And they go back to ARC's roots, right? ARC is a convener. We're an advocate. We are here to help with building capacity in the region to make sure that the region is successful. So while, NTIA and Brandon's team at the Broadband Authority are concerned with helping Pennsylvania as a whole be successful with BEAD and with these other federal programs, ARC is here to make sure that the Appalachian portion of this state is prioritized and make sure that they have all the resources they need to be successful in those programs. We'll continue funding broadband projects just like we always have. We spend about $30 million a year on broadband grants these days. Greene County, great example of an ARC grantee. Another unique thing about ARC when it comes to the Internet for All programs, and specifically BEAD, is that ARC dollars are eligible to be used as match for BEAD grants, which is unique among other federal agencies. Have we defined how that's going to work yet? No. We still have time to do that, though, and we're working to make that a goal for this year to make it a little easier, a little bit more streamlined for folks to figure out how to thread that needle so they're not having to swim upstream and figure that out on their own.
So I would imagine a lot of people have questions. So again, following the same instructions, put them on an index card, send them up. I will tell you that for us in the Washington County Authority, we're all in. But at the same time, it is very confusing to navigate through all this. How does the entities, be it county, municipality, whomever, how do they navigate this? So I actually open it to anyone here. How do we navigate the plethora of opportunities, the once in a generation, once in a lifetime opportunity here, but how do we navigate it?
I'll jump in.
Yeah, you start.
There are a lot of flavors of funding at play. And it is something that can be overwhelming for some as you get started, especially at the local level where this work is so important. We heard from some great panelists this morning. about great work that's being done locally, planning and now implementation work. Yeah, I think that's an important first step. You have to better understand locally where you have areas of need. Where do you have those unserved or underserved areas? From there, you can begin to match up relevant funding sources for that particular need. And that has been done very well by some counties and localities across the Commonwealth. So moving forward, I had mentioned the 5-year action plan at the outset, and our efforts to onboard a consultant or consultants to help us through that heavy lift that needs to take place here in the coming months leading up to August. We will be reaching out to you. You will be hearing from us at the Broadband Authority. We will be looking for your input throughout that process. I can't stress that enough. Nicole mentioned it. We will be reaching out early and often as we develop our plans. We are committed to being transparent with the development of those plans, and we absolutely want and need your input in that process. Keeping in mind, that will be the plan that is utilized to make investments of that $42 billion, at least Pennsylvania's share of that $42 billion. But it also is going to help us with some of these other flavors of funding as we're trying to align funding resources, leverage resources to the extent we can, especially when we're factoring in match requirements. BEAD does require 25% match, but we have the ability to couple that with other dollars, other federal dollars, to ensure that the project is made whole and that areas with limited resources are able to put these projects on the ground with limited resources.
Yeah, I'll just add, we get a lot of requests about broadband projects and different ideas, and now that all the states have broadband offices, we are moving more and more to pointing people that come and ask us questions directly back to their state. Because they're the ones with a 5-year action plan. They're the ones with the goal and mandate to solve the digital divide in their constituency. ARC is just here to support them in that goal. One example of that, the Power RFP, if you're familiar with ARC's funding programs, the Power RFP was just released. There's a new requirement in there that anyone who wants to apply for broadband funding through Power go coordinate with their state broadband office before they put in an application, because we don't want to get in the way of the state's plan. It would be a real shame if you tripped over a dollar trying to pick up our dime, right? Mm-hmm. So we really are trying to support the states and would recommend folks go to the states first as they start down this funding journey.
I'll just add, again, when we're talking about BEAD, when we're talking about digital equity dollars, it can be frustrating to hear, well, the money won't hit our communities until sometime next year. I'll often get questions like, well, why are we talking about it now? Why have you been talking about it for so long, Nicole? It's really important it's never too early to start your planning. I think we're really trying to do something different with this amount of money. We're not going to see this amount of money again, I believe, in our lifetimes. And I think there's tremendous opportunity to have it work in conjunction with everything else that's happening at the same time, right? Threading the programs together. And so I can't emphasize enough, yes, work through Brandon and the Pennsylvania Broadband Development Authority. Amazing group of people who are truly committed to hearing your voice and want to understand where you're coming from. Look at, if we're trying to solve difficult challenges that have not been solved yet, look at what might be some unconventional partnerships in your community. Look at certainly what the needs are in your community, but also look at what assets you do have, what are the things that you can bring to the table, and how you can align those to partners you otherwise wouldn't have partnered with before. Certainly, again, this is a significant amount of money, but what money is ever enough, right? So to make sure it's used the most effectively, I think we see amazing models when partnerships are really built, folks can come together. I'm always here to answer any questions. You'll often hear me redirect you also to the Broadband Authority, but start thinking about, when the funding comes, things will move very, very quickly. And so if you can have the time to think creatively now, I really encourage you, talk to people, see what you want accomplished in your community now.
Our applications are basically designed around the applicant determining their own service areas. And so we've got a pretty state-of-the-art mapping tool where applicants go in and we call them, you can call them polygons or shape files, whatever you want to call them, and you draw your shape file of where you intend to bring service. And basically, it's a claim. When you draw a shape file and you say, we would like to bring service to this area, the map tool pulls through all the data through those census tracts, does all the calculations for you, determines the population density, determines the economic need, does it all for you. But at the end of the day, you really should know where you want to bring service, because you're going to live or die by those maps. And the shape files will determine the service area, the amount of funding, and the amount of, a lot of times, how competitive the grant score is going to be. So that's the biggest thing. We have a mapping tool you can go on tomorrow. I don't like sending people to websites. That's not what I'm here to do. Go to our website and figure it out for yourself. But the mapping tool is there if you want to get an idea of where you could bring service. But that's the biggest key, is knowing where you're going to bring service, so that when you get to that point where you're drawing these maps, they're square. Yeah, because we do define sufficient service certain ways in different programs, and that's the biggest barrier. We've awarded projects where they made mistakes. We have a county who drew maps in which one side of the street is getting service and the other side isn't. And as a county government, they have to explain to those folks on the other side of the street why they're not getting internet. Because we will only fund what you draw. And so that's the main thing as far as getting started, if you ask me.
Thank you. Well, we got a bunch of questions already. Robert, the first question is, what's your zodiac sign?
Virgo?
Virgo, mine is too.
Yeah.
Nicole, I'm going to butcher this. I apologize in
no
advance. What has been your experience with labor standards and broadband build-outs? The NTIA NOFO has strong labor standards and labor enforcement language. Does that make sense based on your experience?
That's a great question. Thank you to whomever asked it. I'll say our discussion on labor is ever evolving. A couple of you have already heard me say a couple times that we're building the plane as we're flying it, truly. I think I mentioned to somebody earlier this morning that I am person number 3 on the BEAD program. There was the director, one of my other colleagues, and then Pennsylvania got assigned first because we're the best. I just hit my 1-year anniversary at NTIA. So if I'm considered the veteran after 1 year, you can imagine how we have tripled in size over the last 6 months. We are pulling everything together as quickly as you're trying to pull everything together for our programs. So in terms of the labor standards, what's in the NOFO is our guiding language, right? Projects over $5 million will have additional reporting, but we ultimately support whatever states put in their initial proposal, as long as it's within the guidelines that we have in that NOFO. So states have a lot of flexibility to determine what works best for the projects that need to happen there. Certainly, we have a perspective in the NOFO of what would make the most sense. But there is the flexibility there. The additional reporting mechanisms are not anything more than you would already have as part of your standard payroll. So hopefully it's not too onerous.
All right, we got popcorn popping over here. I need 2 sets of glasses. Question, are you looking into workforce development aspects, the broadband deployment, to ensure Pennsylvanians are trained to install and maintain the state, like the state of Maine is doing right now? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. Workforce and supply chain concerns are paramount. We can have all the resources in the world, and if we don't have the adequate workforce to deploy these networks, and our partners that we would award funds to aren't able to get equipment, it's all for naught. So we're using the time we have now. I mentioned the runway is longer than some of us would like, in a way that is a good thing, that gives us time to prepare on this front. Specifically with workforce, we've stood up a workforce and supply chain subcommittee to focus on those two particular issues. Right now, there's a lot of work being done to inventory existing apprenticeship programs that may be existing. Where are there gaps and needs for additional programs? We're aware of the work that's been done in Maine. In fact, the team and I were in DC last week with Nicole and our friends at NTIA, and I believe we had folks from 47 of the states participate in those discussions. I had the opportunity to talk with some other states, compare notes, share some best practices on the workforce front, and we took a lot back from those conversations that we want to share out with the subcommittee that we've charged with that work. But I think it's important to remember that we do have some time on that front. So that's what we're going to use this year for planning, standing up that 5-year action plan, and getting ready on some of these important issues like workforce and supply chain.
I'll add that the action plan, I think, will build the roadmap for you, but ARC funds workforce development projects regularly. We funded a broadband workforce development project in Ohio just a few months ago. So ARC is very invested in helping make sure that the workforce needs are met for these types of initiatives as well.
I think you guys just answered this, but maybe the audience member can clarify. With the amount of money being allocated, we're getting a surge in supply chain needs when everyone starts requesting how and what will they need to deliver. Did I get that right? But it feels like you just asked it or answered it, but maybe you didn't. I mean, I'm more on the supplier side with Crown Castle was my background, but I look over here at DQE, Comcast. When are they ordering that fiber? So you have miles and miles. Just in Washington County, we have, I think, about 700 miles that we plan to build out in the next 18, 24 months. So that's 700 miles. And then that's just the fiber. That's probably the easiest aspect to describe. So where else in the supply chain are we having problems, and what can we do to address them?
Well, our projects, we're seeing huge delivery issues with fiber. I'm hearing horror stories of 20 months. That's not in New York or PA.
Can you speak up, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're hearing long delivery times for fiber right now. 20 months is what I've heard out west. I've not experienced that in the projects in the Northeast, but that's my counterparts have been telling me that. We've had other issues with getting equipment in. One of the barriers, I might as well just tell you, is we are Buy American compliant. And so not everything is Buy American compliant, and you have to get a waiver, which is not controlled by us. And we've been very good about getting the waivers. It's just that it's time consuming, right? You have to do this, you got to file certain things. It could be based on your network, or it could be based on cost. And if you're going to get cost, you need to get other quotes, and then here we go. So that's been another supply chain issue as well. We have networks that have to have Nokia, and it just doesn't work without it. So we have to get a waiver, and so that's been a drag time on that.
I'm going to further butcher this. Is it Evan? Is it Evan that's at NTIA? He was on
Yes.
he was on a podcast yesterday. Did a great job.
Evan Feynman, yes.
Two things that he was one. I'll just go back to the Buy American thing. He was yes, it's important, but don't let it get in your way. Is what I think I heard from him on that podcast. Does that sound consistent?
Yes, I'll say that my dear boss's line with I think everything in this program is like, look at what we're trying to accomplish, right? Ultimately, it's we need to ensure that everyone has access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet, right? And so in service of the goal of that program, let's see what we need to do to make that work. What is getting in the way? I'd say if you see barriers to that goal within this program, pick up the phone and give me a call. Let's figure it out. Pick up the phone, call Brandon. There are things that we are tied to that we cannot change. There are things that we do not have a lot of influence over, such as supply chain issues. I know that that is a huge priority for the Commerce Department, though. So, by sharing what your needs and your challenges are, we can elevate it and see what other resources we have to try to ameliorate the issue. So keep the conversation going. Let's figure it out in service of the ultimate goal of the program.
So I love rookie questions, so this is the rookie question. Someone said, beyond counties and municipalities, what role do school districts have to play, especially in the rural areas?
Yeah, I can jump in on that one. School districts oftentimes have a very good understanding of areas of need, at least in my experience. I spent 15 years working with local governments and nonprofits, and we did a lot of work with school districts. And as I kind of cut my teeth in the broadband space several years ago, it was evident to me that the districts were a huge resource as we tried to identify some of the areas of need and to better understand what those needs meant to the students in those districts. So I think the districts have been a great resource and will continue to be. They're certainly going to be part of our outreach and engagement strategy for the 5-year action plan.
I'll add something real quick.
Please.
With school districts, I work with them all the time. We have a separate program called Distance Learning Grants. And it's not applicable to, unfortunately, I've been to see areas where they have no sufficient broadband. I can't help them because this is for once it's built, right? But keep that in mind with your school districts. We have a very, very healthy program called Distance Learning Grants. And it's a great opportunity to get equipment in that'll provide live interactive content between teachers and students. We pay for all of it, to install the whole thing. Just keep that in mind. Just want to add that.
We did a snap poll real quick and confirmed with Lance Grable, Beaver County is the best, but right behind it is Washington County, close second, so just for the record. Is Lance out there?
I think you guys should battle it out.
I'm in a small borough neighboring more rural communities in Armstrong, Butler, and Allegheny counties. Would partnering with them to look at a regional development be encouraged in this process? I want to answer this too, but I would like to hear someone else.
Yeah, from the authority's perspective, absolutely. One program I haven't mentioned, we've been talking mostly about BEAD, at least in this segment. I can provide you with some additional details this afternoon when Dr. Kopko and I talk with you. We have $279 million available through the American Rescue Plan that was allocated to the Commonwealth. Those funds are sitting with the authority. We're in the process of developing guidelines and standing up 3 new grant programs, the first of which is $200 million for a core infrastructure program. So a component of that program, one is a line extension piece to look at areas where we have low-hanging fruit. We get calls on a regular basis about folks that are located a few blocks or a half a mile or a quarter mile off of the end of an existing line. And they could access that service if, in fact, they could afford the $15,000, $20,000 to extend that line. So the first part of that $200 million is to get some of that low-hanging fruit and look for project proposals to extend those existing lines, whether they be coax or fiber. And then the second piece of it, the program focuses on the regional aspect. And back to the question, John, we're encouraging folks to look at these solutions regionally. Talk with your neighbors. There are efficiencies of scale, without a doubt. When it makes sense, the partnership has to make sense for all parties. But we're absolutely encouraging folks to look at some of these solutions from a regional standpoint, and we plan on investing dollars appropriately. Again, a portion of that $200 million will be allocated for regional projects.
So I don't know this person's background, but I'll tell you firsthand. So I came into this space about a year and a half ago. I worked for Crown Castle for 22 years, wearing the Crown Castle socks. By the way, if you need socks, talk to Tom Musgrove. He has a bunch of socks. So I will say with seriousness, we are looking at it from a regional perspective. SPC has crushed it. We have worked with Michael Baker. I have texted Jeremy more times than I can count of what's his advice. Our first call was to actually, is Lance in here? Yeah, my first call was to Lance. Sat down, he took a half a day to spend with us to give us a little bit. Another call was to Commissioner Belding related to how did you get that money from the private oh, there you are right there. So we are taking a regional approach. Whoever asked that question, SBC has been forefront, I would say, in this space. In my experience, I haven't seen an organization like SPC to aggregate all this inertia and put it with analytics that Michael Baker can put it, and then be our advocate. I mean, even down to that middle mile that we actually tried for, or hopefully we're still in the running for, it was very impressive. We had multiple ISPs in the room, and there was no pride. It was, how do we get unserved served, period, end. And so my point, I don't know where the root of this is coming from, but in my perspective, I've been seeing it in spades. Vince, I got you. All right. Okay, so I'm sure Bede could probably take another minute or two. Do we want to go a little deeper with Bede? Eligibility, you talked about timeline.
I'll just add, think about what the types of projects would contribute to, again, the goal of the program. So certainly you'll hear a lot of information about infrastructure, but also looking at when the digital, the equity capacity grant comes out next year, we're looking at digital literacy programs, making sure that folks have access to equipment and software. I mean, don't feel constrained by what you've seen before. Think about the goal in mind and what your community needs, and how does that serve, again, how does that address the barriers that folks experience? Well, I think we talk a lot about folks who don't want high-speed internet. And I think the challenge at NTIA that we talk about is we need to better understand those folks' lived experience and how might this technology better enrich their lives. And how can we meet folks where they are? I think my grandmother is an excellent example. She did not care about online banking. She did not care about Skype. It was too weird for her. But as soon as she found out that she could watch soccer and that she could attend mass via the computer, oh my gosh, best thing in the world. She thought it was absolutely magical, right? And so it just took us meeting her where she was to be able to understand what her values were. And those activities were just as valuable as telemedicine, as online banking, as developing a business at home, right? This is about making sure we're meeting folks where they are in their community. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what gets developed in Pennsylvania. How can we creatively address so many of these challenges? There's so much information that is out there. There's a lot of opportunity. This is going to be a long-term project. It's a marathon at a sprint's pace, I can tell you that much. Certainly, you can go to internetforall.gov. You can go to broadbandusa.ntia.gov. You can also just email me. And we have a technical assistance branch with all sorts of materials. If I don't know the answer, there's so many people I work with that are so much smarter than me. Let me connect you to them, and we'll get you the right answer. But ultimately, I want to know, what is important to all of you, what's important to your communities, and how can NTIA support you?
So do you happen to know that the podcast that, is it Evan?
Yes.
It was on yesterday. Do you know that one?
Yes.
What one's that?
I don't remember the name.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
the information I have is, or seen is, I'm getting bombarded because you sign up for all these different things, you're getting bombarded. I will tell you that he did a great job yesterday on that, the podcast, and then afterwards they put the top 10 things you should have that Evan basically shared. One of them is tied to this. Let me put the glasses back on. Sorry. Nicole, Brandon, are there any conversations around how we can leverage these funds, and they specifically call out with BEAD, et cetera? Before you take it, one of his top 10 issue is don't forget about in-kind. So there's a lot, you have the capital contribution from the vendor, you have your match, you have them, but his advice was don't forget about in-kind. So whoever, Brandon, Nicole.
Do you want to take it first, or?
Yeah, I can. In terms of leveraging other funds, and I think I understand the question, and really would ask Curtis to potentially jump in terms of other dollars like ARC funds or USDA funds. There are opportunities to leverage those programs for BEAD. Now, it can get a bit complicated when you're developing your scopes. So if you have projects that are moving forward now, obviously that's problematic whenever you're looking at a future BEAD application, right? Because you can't marry those two funding sources if you've already kind of started down that path and you have expenditures, unless there is a logical way to phase those projects. So as you're doing your planning work now locally, and as we start to gear up for the development of this 5-year action plan with all of you, start to think in those terms. Maybe you have some funds right now, you have some ARPA dollars that you've secured from your counties. And you have done your due diligence. You understand what the next steps are and how you want to implement some of these investments. You can get started with ARPA. You can get started with ARC dollars or other funds that you may have already secured, but plan for a BEAD investment down the road. Know that the dollars are coming and that you should try to look out over the next, not even the next year. We have 4 years of BEAD implementation, Nicole. So, look out multiple years as you're planning these investments. And that's what we intend to do on the state level. And again, we will be connecting with you all and trying to help with those conversations locally as we try to get a framework in place to wrap our arms around this with the resources that are available.
I will say, in Washington, I want to bring Curtis and Robert in too, but from Washington County perspective, that's hard because we're blessed with a little bit of ARPA money, and we have the ability, we have the plan, we have the resources, and you sort of have the bird in the hand with beats two in the bush, right? Mm-hmm. It's difficult to try to manage when we have the funds now. So that's our problem, and we're blessed to have that problem related to the ARPA, but that's our current challenge. Robert or Curtis, do you have anything to add here? I want to make sure we're bringing you in.
Yeah, we're talking about leveraging resources. So I'll give you a specific example in Pennsylvania. So there's an applicant a little bit northeast of here in a county, and they're proposing to do last mile for most of the county that's unserved. They're a current RDOF awardee, and they are actively funded, which we normally would say, well, okay, well, let's be careful because you're being actively funded. In this case, it worked out. The reason is because all the funds that they were awarded for that RDOF for this area are operational, where we're providing capital expenditures. And so it's up to the applicant to keep that separate, to keep their books, and to make sure they manage that properly. But we're allowing this to go forward, even though they're in an actively funded RDOF area. It just makes sense. We're covering one part, they're covering the other. Everyone's going to get internet in Warren County. So that's a great idea of how we can leverage resources.
Yeah, Brandon teed me up again on the match. So we do intend to get that equation figured out and that information pushed down through the Broadband Authority, through the ARC, kind of chain of command all the way down to the local level. Our big challenge right now is that ARC money can only really go to what ARC considers eligible entities. So that's governments or nonprofits. And that doesn't work for a lot of projects because they want to give the money and the asset to their private partner. And there's some creative approaches that you can take, but in general, that's our big challenge right now and something that we're working on to figure out.
And on the match, just to add to that, Curtis, the ARPA dollars can be used as that 25% match that will be required of BEAD. So keep that in mind as well as you're planning your projects.
I don't really see a question, but maybe this just rings a bell. Curtis mentioned E-rate program for schools and libraries. I don't know if there's a specific question, but do you want to elaborate on that E-rate?
Yeah, so E-Rate's a program that's been around for a while. It's one of the Universal Service Fund programs run by the FCC. Schools are able to get broadband service. I think now they're also able to get devices. They were funding, at the time I was still on the ISP side, we were funding Wi-Fi connectivity for buses so kids could do homework on the way home or to school. So E-Rate's a great program. There's a lot of, if your school districts aren't participating in that, I'd ask them to look at it for sure.
This next one, I think it's fiber providers, maybe internet service providers, but I'll just read it. As providers, what would you suggest for being involved in these opportunities early? And where are we needed and where we are coverage to support this grant initiative?
So we intend on engaging the providers in our outreach and engagement process. Obviously, that is already underway. We have representation on the various subcommittees that we've stood up, and I can share some more details on that this afternoon. But in terms of work that can be done now, as you can imagine, I mentioned the anxiety that exists in this space, and I understand why. We respect that. Folks want to be doing their due diligence now to ensure that they can hit the ground running when programs are stood up and we're ready to start rolling out BEAD funds. I think it's important that providers are talking with local governments. We heard this morning about a lot of the great planning work that's being done to better understand the needs in our communities. And I would encourage the providers to be at those tables as the local officials are working through. I know there's been a lot of good work done on this part of the state as it relates to some of those partnerships and those early conversations with providers. So we absolutely encourage that now. You can't start too early on that engagement front with your providers and your communities.
If I can add on to that, I mean, can't underscore that boldly enough. Anything that we've said about finding partnerships and working on planning, that goes to community organizations, local governments, but certainly ISPs also. I would also say that our provider friends in the room, you have a unique perspective on some of the challenges to broadband readiness in the communities in which you serve. And so I think your voice is really valuable. Make sure that you're talking to the local governments in these communities that you serve. Let's start tackling some of the readiness challenges now, so that when the money does come, some of the challenges that we see county to county, municipality to municipality can be smoothed out a little bit. I know it's a concern at every level of government, and so if we can have the conversations up here, but also start the action at the most local level, I think it's really a roadmap for success right there.
So what keeps you up at night?
Everything.
A lot.
The whole program.
Netflix.
I got a 12-year-old daughter. That's what.
Drive to Survive. It's a great show.
Which one's that?
Drive to Survive. That was what kept me up last night.
I'll check that one out.
Yeah, check it out.
So I was going to say on this, great answers, especially Netflix. I think that for me, it's, everyone in the ecosystem here is playing a different role. And it's a big set of tasks that's been handed out to them. And ARC gets to sit on the side and kind of see what's happening. And my concern is that someone's going to take their eye off the ball, or maybe someone's new to the game and they're not getting the resources or help that they need. So that's why ARC has been working to partner and make grant programs that are available for folks to get trained up and get capacity. I wanted to mention two of them real quick. One of them is a grant we just awarded to an entity called Connect Humanity. They currently have applications open. They're looking for 50 communities throughout the Appalachian region that they can bring through a master planning process that'll end with applications to whatever grant programs that they're eligible for, as well as helping them find private sources of funding for match or even direct investment in networks. So connecthumanity.fund/arise is the URL, or you can come find me. We can talk about it. Applications are open for that right now. I'd encourage you to apply. The other program is free. It's offered by the National Broadband Resource Hub starting next week. So that's broadbandhub.org. They're putting together what they're calling an Appalachian Broadband Boot Camp, which is great, right? Well-named program. So if you have someone in your office who is new to broadband, or if you want to polish up your skills, it's going to be hour-long sessions. There's going to be 6 of them over like a 12-week period, covering everything from the very basic aspects of broadband and learning, what is fiber and what is copper plant, what are all these terms I've never heard of before, all the way through how you build partnerships and put together grant applications. So that's the top post, I think, on ARC's LinkedIn page right now, is an invitation to apply for that. That's free. I'd love to see participation maxed out for Pennsylvania.
So one thing that's keeping us up at night is we're now our 4th round of funding, and we can now look back at our round 1 and 2 awards and see what happened. And what happened in those awards is the market moved away from them. You have a budget submitted in 2018, and now you're living with that budget 4 years later. And make-ready costs have changed, the labor costs have changed, everything's changed. And so what do you do? And so it's very tough, because when you awarded a grant, we can't go back and do, but we just did that. And so what we did is, with our round 1, 2 awards, who were project costs were overrun, we've now set aside $230-some million to go back and help them. So we made the commitment, probably at the cost of opportunity of funding future projects, but it's the right thing to do. Some of these folks just got caught. Some of them made mistakes, to be honest with you. I mean, I have one project they completely blew the make-ready costs. Frankly, it's their fault. But I can't blame the whole cohort of funding from 2 rounds where everyone's having the same problem. And so that's one thing that's keeping us up at night, is what's going to happen in round 3 and 4. As the market moves away from these budgets, you put in a budget, and you're kind of stuck with it. And that's been our biggest challenge. We did what we could, but money doesn't come off trees, right, everyone? I mean, so we're doing the best we can to address those.
So we have a couple more questions, but I wanted to at least, what are your final, left to right here, Nicole, what do you want to make sure we know?
Thank you. That's a perfect setup. So this also ties back to truly what keeps me up at night. I think that so many of the communities that we are most nervous about are also the folks who may not be in this room today, the ones who are not engaged, who don't have the time or interest or the right person in the room to know how broadband can really enrich lives. So I ask all of you, number one, stay engaged, because these are really hard problems, and if they were easier, we would have fixed them by now. They cannot be solved without you individually, every single person in this room, and every single person that you know in your community. And if you know somebody who isn't really sure, I don't know, there's this crazy lady talking about beads all the time, please, find an opportunity to connect me to them. I would really appreciate it. That's a personal favor I'm asking, because I want to make sure that we're reaching the folks who have not been reached, the folks who don't see this as a priority, who don't have the time. NTIA has resources where we can help. So if I'm lucky enough to be in this job, which is truly a dream job, then let me go out, meet folks where they are, and see how we can bring them in, because those are the folks who ultimately, will need these resources as much as anybody else. So I'm giving you all homework. I hope you're okay with that.
Crazy bead lady. That's a great title you gave yourself there.
New business card.
Yeah, it's good.
Tell Evan.
So for me, I'd point you right back to those 2 training opportunities that I just mentioned. I think that educating yourself and becoming as conversant in these things as possible is kind of what I would be focused on if I were you. So that's the Appalachian Broadband Boot Camp and the Connect Humanities Appalachian Digital Equity Accelerator. Go check those 2 opportunities out and get ready.
I would just say, my job is to help you get funded, or tell you the truth and say it's not a good source of funding for you. I do that just as often. So you contact me. I'm readily available on any website as Contact Us. You look at the state, you can pull my information up. I've had so many conversations with so many folks very early in the process. I've told them straight what we're looking like, what the funding looks like, what the strings are attached, and we get project specific, whether we can help you or not. And I would encourage you to reach out to me so that I'm not wasting your time, so it's all good. I'm always ready to have a conversation with anybody who wants to.
So we threw a lot at you, right? A lot of information. So I'll leave you with something tangible. We are actively working on developing a statewide map. So we have Penn State Extension under contract. Wave, Tom. We are layering in as much data as we can get our hands on. We understand that no single data set tells the tale, accurately depicts some of the issues that we have. So we're trying to get our hands on as much data as possible, and we're committed to making that statewide map public-facing. So that is something we're working toward. That will be used as a tool to guide our investments, to ensure that this is a transparent process as we start to allocate funds, as the authority stands up programs and starts to make competitive grant awards. So I'll leave you with that tangible work that we're doing on that front with the statewide map, and I think Dr. Kopko will have some information to add on that this afternoon, so stay tuned.
All right, well, we are standing in the way of lunch here. A couple things. Back to Nicole, your advice earlier. If you haven't reached, if you're a county or municipality or someone that needs to start, just call someone. I called Lance. Lance was the first call I made. And he said, here, this is what we do. And he was very humble about it. And he said, this is what we did. We literally copied and pasted what he was doing in Beaver County. So call someone. Part two, I want to thank SPC for this. I mean, this has been huge to bring this all together. I also want to thank everyone in the staff of actually putting together, but I also want to call out the actual ISPs, the fiber providers themselves. If this was economical, it would already be done. It's not economical. That's the point. And so it's very challenging for them to put their capital together to put these plans together. And we wanted, or I at least wanted to end on this, is that the slide that you see right here, we put out an RFP, we received, on 10 polygons, we received 7 different companies had bid. And, you know, poor Mike, I felt for you when you said one company responded. I mean, we're blessed in Washington County that we've had 7 different companies, more than that, involved in our process. 47 proposals, 6,000 targets. And if you added that interest, it's $280 million of interest. And so the point I wanted to leave on this is they've said a couple times here, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for all of us. And so thank you for the ISPs, thank you for SPC, and did this panel put fun in funding? Come on now. Come on, more. All right, thank you guys, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, very important. Hold on, please, sorry. When done, notify lunches in the hallway for buffet lines while waiting for the talk to sponsor tables. So thank you, sponsors. See you.
Thanks, John.
It's good to see you again, man. You too. Yeah. It's been a while. I remember we came down.
I love hearing you speak. You really
I felt like I was in our South building in D.C. There's nobody been in there. So we're walking around that cavernous county office.
That's right.
And there was nobody there.
I forgot about
cool.
that.
Yeah. And we found you.
Nice.
And I was like, wow, look at this palace, man.
Introduce our keynote speaker. Let everybody file in from the buffet line that still needs to grab a plate. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Taylor, and I'm a program officer with Hillman Family Foundations. Based in Pittsburgh, our organization supports the philanthropic and civic work of multiple generations of Hillman family members through 18 individual foundations. The largest of these, the Henry L. Hillman Foundation, is inspired by its namesake, the late Henry Hillman, who prioritized investments that were forward-looking, collaborative, timely, and strategically positioned to provide the most benefit to the residents of southwestern Pennsylvania. Exactly like all the work that's being discussed today to prepare for a historic federal investment in enhancing broadband connectivity and promoting digital equity. Over the last few years, I've had the pleasure of working with SPC and several others present here today to support efforts to systematically and equitably address the digital divide across our region. As part of our sustainable regional infrastructure portfolio, which includes over a dozen interrelated grants in the last few years, the Henry L. Hillman Foundation has provided $1 million in funding to support the development of the connectivity roadmap and the next steps in its implementation. However, our collective work here is just a piece of what's happening at the state level and the federal level, which is why I'm so pleased to introduce today's keynote speaker, Ms. Anna Reed, to give us a broader look at what is happening nationally. Anna Reed is the Senior Officer at the Broadband Access Initiative at the Pew Charitable Trusts, leading Pew's efforts to examine how states and the federal government are working to connect millions of Americans to affordable, high-speed, reliable internet. Her work focuses on research that will help legislators and other policymakers expand connectivity and close the digital divide. Before joining Pew, she was at the American Planning Association and also worked on regional broadband planning efforts for Missouri's Office of Administration and for the International City-County Management Association. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Bryn Mawr College and a master's degree in regional planning from Cornell University. Please join me in welcoming Anna Reed.
Thank you so much for that introduction and for the invitation to be here today, and for letting me interrupt your lunch with some remarks. I am not quite sure where the clicker for the slides is, but while we're figuring that out, I wanted to give a little bit of an introduction to Pew. We are also a Pennsylvania-based foundation. Our headquarters is in Philadelphia, and we were founded in 1948. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization focused on complex policy challenges. And over the last few years, one of the policy areas we've been focused on is broadband. Specifically, we've been looking at the role that states play in expanding broadband access, and we've done research across all 50 states to better understand both the policy landscape and what states are doing programmatically. This is a very exciting moment with the amount of funding that's available. When we started looking at state programs a few years ago, prior to the pandemic, we were looking at programs that had $5, $10, $15 million a year. And now with the federal funding, we're looking at, as was mentioned, hundreds of millions of dollars for some states, nearly $1 billion, possibly over $1 billion in funding. So with that, we're at this moment where we know that broadband is a necessity. It's really been very well established, and the question is, how do we make sure that people have access, the access that they need to high-speed, affordable, reliable internet? The challenges to broadband access and adoption are complex, and I'm trying to change the slide, sorry. There we go. I think there's just a little delay, so now I know. Are complex, and we're at, again, this moment where closing gaps, the need to close these gaps in access is recognized, and we have a lot of funding available through the American Rescue Plan Act and through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And this funding is looking not just at investing in infrastructure, but also in those challenges of adoption, affordability, and digital skills. And that's a really important shift in broadband policy in this moment in broadband policy is that more holistic look at thinking about these issues not sequentially, not independently, but holistically in order to maximize investments in broadband. So I wanted to, there we go, highlight the work that you have done in this region and the importance of laying the groundwork for this funding in this moment. You know, on the first panel, Andy mentioned the depth of the regional efforts and that being unique, and it really is. I've looked at a lot of regional plans for broadband across the country, and the way that it has been approached in this region and the clear link to the outcome that you're looking to achieve with that. You know, it's not just broadband access, but it is that investment in building an equitable and economically vibrant region. And then also with that, just emphasizing as well the work that's been done on the Pennsylvania statewide broadband plan and you know, the position that that creates for the state going into the 5-year planning process for the BEAD funding that was mentioned. And again, you know, the emphasis on that outcome of creating an economically competitive Commonwealth. So the challenges that these plans identify related to infrastructure adoption and digital equity are not unique. These are the same challenges we see, you know, nationally. However, the specifics of these challenges vary across states and regions. And I think on one of the earlier panels, someone said it was a big problem with local solutions, and I think that's a great description of what we're looking at. So I wanted to see why there was such an effort to change the slides earlier. What this challenge looks like, right, across the country. And so we know that it's not just one challenge, right? It's those challenges of infrastructure, access to infrastructure, of adoption and affordability, and of digital skills, and the ability to make use of that connection. And we need to look at each of these pieces independently, but again, also holistically, right? We can't separate them completely. So I want to start by talking a little bit about the infrastructure challenge. And this is, you know, where the bulk of funding has gone and where the bulk of funding will continue to go. It's the most expensive part of the problem, and it's where we really do see that urban-rural divide in terms of what is available. So according to the most recent FCC maps, which I know everyone has probably formed an opinion of at this point, there are about 13 million un- and underconnected locations, broadband serviceable locations nationwide. The Pennsylvania Broadband Plan estimates that there are about 400,000 in the state of Pennsylvania. And issues with the map aside, you know, one of the big important pieces with the infrastructure access challenge is understanding where those locations are, because where they are and sort of how they're grouped does impact, you know, the solutions to those challenges. But we've talked a lot about unserved and underserved, and we haven't really defined them today. So I did want to take a moment to highlight that based on the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment BEAD program, unserved is those locations that do not have service at speeds of 25 megabits per second in the download direction, 3 megabits per second in the upload direction. This is how the FCC currently defines broadband. But if you look at their household usage guide, this is what they estimate a household with 1 or 2 devices would need primarily for basic functions such as web browsing or using it only for email, and the use of 1 advanced application such as streaming video or web conferencing. So I think many people would recognize that as below the usage needs of an average household. When we talk about underserved, that's below speeds of 100 megabits per second in the download direction, 20 megabits per second in the upload direction. This is what the FCC estimates is needed for households with more than 1 device that need to use more than 1 of those advanced applications at a time. But to kind of further contextualize these numbers, I wanted to highlight that Ookla, the speed testing service, has a set of global averages, and they estimate that the average download speed in the US is now 192 megabits per second. The average upload speed is now 22 megabits per second. So where broadband service is available, it is available to consumers at speeds well above even that underserved threshold. And then when we think about infrastructure, when we're talking about infrastructure, it's important not to think just about the availability and the speed of that service, but also the quality and the reliability of the service that's provided. So with that, we know that the next challenge is the adoption challenge, which is, there we go. We know that many fewer households subscribe to broadband than have broadband available to them. So even where connections are available, people are not adopting, and we know that affordability is a barrier to adoption. Our colleagues at the Pew Research Center have done significant work on this and have found that while only 8% of households with household incomes over 75,000, adults in households with, sorry, this is a very technical distinction that they like to make sure we make. So adults in households with incomes above $75,000 per year do not have home broadband connection. 43% of those in households with incomes below $30,000 per year lack a home broadband connection. So there's a very clear correlation with income. We also know that this can be a challenge to maintaining a subscription. So during the pandemic, over a third of households, adults in households with incomes under $30,000 a year reported having difficulty maintaining their connection. Making people subscription vulnerable, meaning they may cancel their broadband subscription in order to pay for other household necessities on a monthly basis. And then we know that additionally, unconnected households cite cost-related considerations as the primary reason for non-adoption. Again, our colleagues at the Pew Research Center have looked at this issue. Respondents are able to select more than one reason, but 45% of people indicate that the high monthly cost of a connection is a barrier to having home broadband access. Another 37% cite the cost of a computer. So as a result, low-income households are more likely to be mobile dependent, relying only on a smartphone to connect to the internet, which poses many challenges related to how you're interacting with that connection, what applications you're able to use. So far, we have, this has been very focused on affordability for low-income households, but I wanted to highlight that the BEAD program does require states to have plans for middle-class affordability, and there isn't a clear definition of what this is, right? This is a goal to help ensure that all households have access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. And so we've been looking at this issue a little bit in terms of what does that mean? How can we define that? And so one of the benchmarks or thresholds that is out there is the International Telecommunications Union, UNESCO, Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, which is a standard of 2% of monthly household income. And this is in line, this type of benchmark is in line with how we think of other household necessities like housing or transportation. And so in that way, it's a good sort of framing of how to think of the impact of broadband service on a monthly budget. Of course, there can be a lot of variation across, obviously, a country, a state, or a region. So we've been trying to break this down a little bit more and look at it at the county and possibly even more granular level. And so this is what it looks like in Pennsylvania. The highest, if you're looking at, again, based on median income, the highest monthly cost that would be affordable would be $173 a month. That's in Chester County. The lowest would be $67 a month in Cameron County. So over $100 in difference between those, right, for what would be affordable to a household with the median income in those counties. In this region, and this is my test to see if I got the right counties up on my table, there isn't quite as much variation as there is statewide, but there's still a $40 range between what would be affordable on a monthly basis to a household at the median income level in the lowest, the county with the lowest median income and the county with the highest median income. And I want to emphasize this again because, you know, when we talk about affordability, and this I think has come up a little bit today, it's often kind of discussed as primarily a problem in areas where service is available, but it is also a challenge in rural and unserved areas. And it's something we need to be considering, and this is what it is and what sustainable solutions for addressing it look like because it is important to adoption, which is critical to the ongoing success of the networks that are being built with this investment of federal funding. So really wanting to just kind of emphasize that. And then, sorry, I'm really struggling with the slides here. The next challenge is the digital literacy and digital skills challenge. So ensuring that people do have the skills to make use of the connection. So your statewide broadband plan estimates that about 15% of adults in Pennsylvania lack the necessary digital skills to access and benefit from digital services. So services such as telehealth access, financial services, online education, which are all critically important, especially at a time when research shows the share of jobs that require some level of digital skills is increasing. So now that we've gone over the challenges, the federal broadband funding really presents an opportunity for the solutions. And I wanted to note, we've heard this called a once-in-a-generation investment. We've heard it called a historic amount of funding. I worked for a state broadband program during the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, which was talked about as a historic amount of funding at that time. It was $7.8 billion total. So again, I just wanted to kind of emphasize the scale of that funding in comparison to the last major investment in addressing not through the FCC, addressing broadband funding. So I know the last panel covered a number of the programs available in depth, but I really just want to go through some of these quickly and highlight the opportunities that are available. And one of the things I also want to highlight is that across the different federal programs, there are differing requirements, and they sometimes have different, though often overlapping, priorities. And so going back to a point that was made on the previous panel, ensuring that as you're thinking about projects, as you're thinking about opportunities, which funding source is the best. But these are, with the exception of the middle mile program, I'm just going to cover funding that is going to states. So the BEAD program, of course, is $42.45 billion. Every state will receive a minimum of $100 million, with the rest allocated by that formula using the unserved locations on the broadband data maps. Pennsylvania's estimate is above $1 billion, so a very significant amount of funding towards this issue. The Digital Equity Act programs, the State Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program is already underway. That was a formula allocation to states, and Pennsylvania received $1.6 million. So again, a fairly significant investment in digital equity programs. And then I want to, again, just highlight the timeline. I know this was talked about, so I'll skip over it, but or I won't spend too much time on it. We're looking at states getting started on that 5-year planning process towards those initial proposals, and then the allocation of funding will follow that, which makes the American Rescue Plan Act programs particularly significant right now, right? This is funding that is available, and not only is it available, it has a timeline on it that is in advance of that BEAD timeline. So there are two funds here: the Capital Projects Fund, which is a $10 billion formula allocation to states. Pennsylvania allocated all of its $279 billion to broadband, as was covered on the previous panel. And this funding, it's not exclusive to broadband, but it is with a priority on broadband. It has to be allocated by the end of 2024 and expended by the end of 2026. So again, thinking of that in combination with the BEAD timelines. And then the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is, again, flexible formula funding to states and localities. A number of states across the country allocated some portion of their ARPA funding to broadband grant programs. I know some of the local efforts using ARPA funding were mentioned earlier as well. But what I really do want to highlight with the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund is that localities can contribute this funding as match for the BEAD funds. And so that's something to consider in the planning and to ensure that it's something that as you look at the full landscape of available federal funds is being considered. So with the federal funding, and going back to what we've been working on at Pew over the last few years, if I can get my slide to advance, related to state programs. It's advancing too much. So every state now has a broadband program of some sort. They live in different places. Some of them have been around for quite a long time. Most of them are relatively new. So prior to the pandemic, really around 2018, we started to see an increase in the number of states with broadband programs. That really accelerated with the availability of the coronavirus relief funds through the CARES Act, and now with the requirement that's, the role of states as the administering entity for the BEAD funds. Every state now has something. The reason Maine looks a little odd on the map is because they have established a quasi-governmental entity as their state broadband office rather than something within state government. So the other thing we see happening right now with state broadband offices is really an increase in the amount of the number of staff dedicated to broadband. So when we were looking at this before the pandemic, most states had, one or two people. We talked to North Carolina at the time. They had 9 people in their office, and that was a huge broadband office. Wisconsin, for example, their office has been around since 2013. They had 4 people when we talked to them prior to the pandemic. They now have 4 times that many in their office. So we're also seeing then more specialization in the roles of the staff in these state broadband offices, right? So we're seeing people focus specifically on the digital equity efforts. We're seeing people focus specifically on the mapping and data collection efforts. And there are other specialized roles depending on some of the state priorities that states are hiring for as well, including legal support. So that's one of the ones that we're starting to see more of. And so we also saw when we looked at states kind of a consistent set of practices in states that had successful broadband efforts. And these really included some of the stuff that you now have to do with the federal funding, like running a grant program. But also the role of that program in being responsive to various stakeholder groups within the state and connecting and playing that sort of role of facilitating connections between communities and ISPs who could partner on grant programs, or in some cases ensuring that people were talking to each other at all. And then also the role in outreach and engagement and supporting local planning and capacity building efforts. So again, and then also the program evaluation role, and using that to kind of make changes or move programs forward. So I think that's another just thing that I like to highlight, is that a lot of the things that some of those leading states were doing are very clearly reflected now in these federal programs, right? Looking towards those higher speed standards of 120, or with the case of the Capital Projects Fund, ARPA funding, 100 symmetrical, whereas, in some of the early state programs, the unserved definitions were at 10-1 or lower. So that's just kind of where states are. And so with that, I wanted to highlight a few kind of interesting or innovative things we're seeing states do in order to address their specific challenges, as well as prepare for the federal funding. So someday the slide will change. There it goes. So I wanted to first highlight, we see a lot of states kind of, as they're getting to their hardest to serve areas, looking at new forms of partnerships to help close those gaps. And one of the programs that we've done some research on is Virginia's Utility Leverage Program, which essentially focuses on investments that the state's investor-owned utilities are making in their smart grid modernization and allows them to install excess fiber capacity, which then can be leased to last mile service providers. So it helps address getting that middle mile access or that lower cost middle mile access into those unserved communities, where then the last mile service provider is able to build a network, and it helps then also further stretch the state's grant dollars, because that middle mile build isn't necessarily necessary in order to facilitate that last mile network. So that's an interesting model that exists in a couple other states as well, including West Virginia and Alabama, and is being explored in a few other states too. Another thing we see is kind of looking at partnerships that model other forms of rural service delivery. So Vermont's communications union districts and Maine's regional utility districts are essentially what like a sewer district or a water district, right? So it's a partnership between multiple municipalities that form a new local government entity, which then owns the underlying infrastructure. There are 2 in Maine, and there are 2 that are up and running in Vermont, but 10 that have formed, covering 213 of the over 200 municipalities in the state. And in general, they operate with a ISP partner who then maintains and operates that network. And so that's been kind of an interesting model that we've seen in rural areas where those states, Maine in particular, has had a long-standing state broadband program in areas where they were having difficulty finding providers to serve that without that sort of public-private partnership of that district. So Washington State also has something similar, leveraging their existing port and public utility districts, which are allowed to provide retail broadband service in rural and unserved areas. So the Port of Seattle is not one of the providers that could do that, but rural port districts throughout the state. And that also has resulted in public-private partnerships where the public utility district or port district owns the underlying infrastructure and works with an ISP partner. So then we're also seeing states look towards more targeted tools to address specific parts of specific needs or challenges that have come up and aren't being solved by their sort of standard last mile grant programs. Sorry, slide's still not changing. Here we go. So one of these, and this was mentioned on the last panel, it's great to hear that it's something that Pennsylvania is doing, are line extension programs. So those efforts to connect homes that have a very long driveway or a small development that's a little ways from existing service. So several states have created these over the last couple years: Virginia, Indiana, Minnesota, California. So there are a number, and they're all structured slightly differently, but are working to solve that problem of as Brandon said on the previous panel, kind of that low-hanging fruit of those households that are not connected but are would not be covered by sort of a standard last mile grant program. Minnesota recently created a low-density pilot program, and this is specifically to address areas that it was originally called their high-cost pilot, areas that are higher cost than what were feasible with their standard grant program, which required a 50% match. And so with this program, again, it's still in a pilot phase, the match is a 25% requirement, up to 75% grant funding, and then it also increases the size of the total grant award that can be made. Their border-to-border grant program capped funding at $5 million. This one allows it to go up to 10. And then another interesting thing we see states doing, and this kind of crosses the infrastructure and affordability, digital equity challenges, is looking towards funding for low-income households living in multiple dwelling units. And so where you have there can be a variety of challenges there, right? Older buildings that were never wired in the first place, buildings where the service that's available does not necessarily meet the needs of the community that lives there. And so especially with the coronavirus relief funds we've seen, or the ARPA funds, we've seen a couple states allocate funding to this specific challenge. Nevada is putting $55 million towards essentially a fiber to the curb and then either wired or wireless solution within the building in order to bring access to every resident. They're expecting to connect about 40,000 households with that program. Massachusetts is using some of its state and local fiscal recovery funding to pilot a wireless model in public or state subsidized housing. And federally or state subsidized housing. And then California also has had a long-standing program, and they, for publicly supported housing communities and farm worker housing, and are investing in that as well. So a couple different models being used there, but all examples of states looking to address very specific challenges that aren't necessarily addressed by their last mile grant programs. And you know, as was mentioned on the previous panel, if states are able to show that they can reach all their unserved and underserved, there is some flexibility around how the rest of how they can use the rest of those funds to address challenges of adoption and affordability. And then finally, I wanted to just emphasize some of the work that states are doing to support local planning efforts and recognize communities that have engaged in you know, efforts to facilitate broadband. And so there are several states now that have broadband ready communities programs. These are kind of a certification or a recognition that localities have taken certain steps in order to facilitate broadband deployment, such as establishing a single point of contact and addressing some of their permitting processes. And so Indiana, Wisconsin, most recently Colorado have these programs. And then we also see a number of states investing more in supporting that local level planning capacity building efforts. Colorado has had a long-standing program through its Department of Local Affairs that has supported regional planning efforts, you know, with a two-phase process. Actually, the first phase focused on the broader planning, the second more on the actual feasibility and project implementation. Maine has a program, again, they had a long-standing program and have increased the size of it with their ARPA funding, Connect the Ready, that is based on funding technical and community broadband planning efforts. And then I also wanted to highlight the broadband action teams in Washington State, which are community-driven teams, mostly at the county level, which are focused on identifying and evaluating local broadband challenges and solutions, and being this sort of primary liaison with the state office. And Oregon has now replicated this model. So, you know, this is a very exciting moment for broadband. There's a lot ahead of us still, but there's a lot of opportunity, and it's great to see events like this that are focused on, you know, how to make the most of that opportunity. So thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Anybody have index cards? Okay, great. Please join me again in thanking Anna.
One question,
back
please.
there. Okay.
Hi, I just was wondering if you could revisit the affordability slide per county. And just for clarification, I wanted to, or is that an average per county? Because some of those counties represent some of the poorest and most affluent households. So I was wondering, you know, if you could explain that slide again, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
sure. So this is something, and we're still trying to kind of figure out how to address that, right? Because if you set a statewide average, if you look at a statewide measure of median household income, especially in particularly wealthy states, that can be a challenge and obscure what actually affordability may be more regionally. And so we haven't quite figured out how to address that specific piece yet, and we're working through looking at that sort of nationwide and talking with states and what some of the considerations around that might be. But what we decided to do sort of for our initial analysis was say, well, if we're looking at this 2% of monthly household income, what does that look like, you know, at a county level nationwide? And then this is obviously Pennsylvania only. And then the table is just the regions, this region, but highlighting, you know, that there is a lot of variation. Yeah, so that's what this is. And so, you know, again, like if understanding that like the county that's the lowest in the state and the county that are the highest in the state actually probably aren't the most relevant to this analysis, and that they're not necessarily median income households, but still getting sort of a broader view than a statewide average. I hope that was helpful. We're trying to think through, you know, what this middle class affordability question means and what that looks like. Right, yes. So that's kind of the next step, right, is like understanding if this is what's affordable to a household, then what is the service that is available and how does that compare?
Thank you. If everybody could join me in thanking Anna again. For a very informative presentation. We're going to move to a quick networking break, 10 minutes, and then we're going to reconvene in 10 minutes for our next panel, Digital Equity and Affordability, moderated by Kirsten Compitello. So that is at 1:20. We'll be back together again. Thanks, everyone.
Karen is not here. She was on vacation.
Okay. Yeah.
But
As well.
yeah.
Good afternoon. You're on.
I took photos of the slides. So.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
go. All right, everyone. We are going to be starting our afternoon panel series in a moment or two. If you want to take a minute to make your way back or grab your coffee, we'll be getting started in just another minute or so.
Nice to see you. I saw you earlier, and I was like, I gotta make my way. I know. I had a work call actually, so I had to sneak in afterwards. But thank you for saying hello. Thank you. Oh, thanks.
All right, well, that actually worked out really well. So hopefully, that means everyone did get their coffees already. Well, we're trying to keep things moving a little bit. We know having these breaks between sessions is really helpful. So we're going to try to make sure we have a few minutes of break after this one as well. Good afternoon. I'm Kirsten Compitello. I will be the moderator for this session. I'm the National Broadband Digital Equity Director for Michael Baker International. And I'm very proud to be able to introduce this excellent panel that we have for the afternoon, our Getting Connected Digital Equity and Affordability panel. We have some really phenomenal panelists here today. So I'd like to introduce Etha Cow. She is the Director of Digital Inclusion and Innovation for Neighborhood Allies. Lyle Ishida, who is the Chief of the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division for the Federal Communications Commission, and Alka Patel, Vice President of Government and External Affairs for Comcast Keystone Region. Now, I'm following upon the footsteps of John Timney this morning, who was the moderator who brought all the puns. I did not prepare any, but that means you get to hear more from our panelists. And also, we would like to make sure we leave plenty of time for your questions. We're starting a little early, so we have a little extra time. And we certainly hope that you all have questions to share. So standard disclaimer from the morning, please remember you've got index cards on your tables, and as our panelists are speaking and afterwards, as you think of questions, please mark them down, hold your hand up in the air, and someone will come and pick those up so we can take your questions. With that, I'm going to pass it over to our panelists to do some introductions of what they do and their work. I'm going to pass it over to Lyle first. He's our panelist who traveled the furthest to get here today. Lyle, we are so honored to have you here from the FCC. We'd like to ask you to open up by telling us a bit about your work and the actions the FCC is taking to address closing the digital divide equitably for all.
Aloha awinala. I'm from Hawaii, and that means good afternoon. So commit that to memory, and then it's like traveling. Aloha awinala. Thank you, SPC. Thank you for all the attendees for being here and the opportunity for the FCC to speak. Washington, D.C., where I work and I'm from, is a good place to be from a lot. So being on the road is a really great opportunity. I want to start with talking about ACP. And so I usually try to level set on ACP, but this seems to be a really knowledgeable crowd. So if you're there in silence, not sure about ACP's detail, but don't want to single yourself out by raising your hand, go to fcc.gov/ACP, and there's a button there that says book a speaker. That's my team. We'll do individual presentations to you and others who may not be totally ready yet to take the full ACP challenge. We'll do it privately, so nobody needs to know that you've clicked the Zoom button, and we'll do this in whatever hours or weekends that you'd like. And that's not just for folks who are making the ACP challenge now, journey now, but also for people who you may know who you're gonna hire or people you're gonna run into, because it really will take a large crowd, all of us from different levels of engagement, from government, non-government, to help shape a more equitable country in terms of broadband deployment. So here's what we're doing on ACP, right? So we have a bunch of outreach programs, which I'm going to talk about later and want to pitch to you that we think we can help the SPC region with, that is exciting, that we're testing out now in Arizona and Los Angeles. I also want to just sort of talk about, because riff off of what we just heard from our speaker about ACP and affordability. So I want to really get specific. If you are not familiar with the consumer protections that come with the act that establishes the ACP, consumer protections into statute involve requiring providers to allow consumers to apply for the benefit across the plans, not just a specific EBB or ACP plan that's limited for low-income people. It provides, it keeps providers from using credit checks or existing debt to prohibit consumers from enrolling in ACP. It prohibits the practice of upselling and downselling. And it has, in total, the goal of trying to eliminate bill shock. And I say this because I'm pricing on providers, is because the benefit, which is $30 a month, right? A while back, if you missed it or did not get there, the president, along with national, local, and regional providers, announced plans that would match up with the benefit. $30 plans, $30 benefit. And for economy, which is choppy, we all have to take a look at the gas prices when we're filling our tank. For people who are working shift work and have to manage these sorts of expenses, having an out-of-pocket net zero benefit, broadband benefit, which is not the worst plan that the ISP can give you, is a way to build opportunity, is a way to build equity into all strata, all parts of our society, and it's there. So this doesn't require a planning document. This doesn't require people to kind of run a grant thing. This just requires awareness and effort down at the grassroots level to inform consumers that in these times of economic churn, this is an opportunity for you to get, if assuming you're in one of these districts where we have these $30 plans, a net zero broadband plan that is not just set aside for the poor. And so I want to start there, and then reserve some time to turn it over to my speakers to talk about, reserve some time to talk later about how we're going to work together to build more awareness, more adoption, and other things that the FCC is doing in terms of digital equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lyle. I'm going to move on to Alka. You represent one of the major internet service providers in this region and nationally. And I think you have some slides ready to queue up as well. We'd love to hear from you what your organization is doing to address the digital divide.
Great. Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, SPC, for the invitation to be here with all of you today. It's been an amazing day so far, a lot of learnings, and I think as the panel goes on, as the afternoon goes on, there'll be a number of reoccurring themes as well. So just as a quick background, I think you guys all have our bios and so forth, but I've been at Comcast for about 1.5 years now, and my job is to lead our government and community affairs efforts. And the territory, the Keystone Region, when you see Keystone Region, that is the area we cover most of Pennsylvania. Philly, as many of you know, is our headquarters area. So we do have a sister region there. And then we cover parts of West Virginia, Maryland, and Ohio that border Pennsylvania. So I really have an interesting lens to see not only what's happening in Pennsylvania, but our neighboring states, which gives us a lot of perspective. And again, a lot of synergies between what Anna had talked about earlier and some of the other speakers. I will just start with a bit of an anecdote. So my background, full disclosure, is not broadband. My background is AI, emerging tech, and everyone's like, why are you at Comcast? And as an aside, I did not even realize that Comcast is the #1 tech company in Pennsylvania. That was a bonus when I got hired. But really, it was because of my time in DC. So I was in DC prior to coming to Comcast for about 2 years, working in the AI and emerging tech space. And what I realized is, technology is coming fast and furious, and we really can't be talking about technology unless our communities are connected. And we've all talked about this is this moment in time, this is a historic moment. But really being in those conversations, and Lyle, I'm sure you're seeing this too, right? It truly is a moment in time. And, and I'll just take a step back too, for all of you techies who've been looking at this ChatGPT-3 tool that's come out, right? Like it's going fast and furious. And also I will just say too, it's not just about technology, it is about workforce development, for example. We talk about areas where there are missing opportunities in terms of roles in cybersecurity. How are our local governments going to be able to fill the needs? How are our companies going to be able to fill the needs? All of this doesn't come together unless our communities are connected. And frankly, or at the federal government, there could be programs that can address a lot of the needs. However, where the rubber meets the road is in the local level. And that is why I came to Comcast. I wanted to be on the ground. We know our communities best. All of you know your communities best. You know what your communities need. Each community is different. The needs are different. The resources are different. And so how do we think about bridging that digital divide? And so, again, really 2 reasons why I came to Comcast. One, having that lens and that context coming into this role. But the other is Comcast's commitment to digital equity. And actually, if we did want to go to the slides, we could go ahead and advance. And again, forgive me, these are corporate slides. And these are actually
my slides.
Etha's slides, so we'll just pass through those and get to the Comcast ones. Etha, I'd love to talk about your work, but you probably don't want me doing that.
All good, yeah.
So the second reason of why I'm at Comcast is really twofold. One is leadership, and the second is commitment to a cause. So what you see on the slide ahead of you, or behind me, I should say, is a quote from our CEO, Brian Roberts. And it really embodies his commitment that has really integrated into our company's DNA. I'm not going to read the quote. You guys can all read it for yourself. Point being, though, is the fact that digital equity is integrated into the DNA of our organization. And I'm going to go a step further. It's not even just our organization. It's our culture. It's everything that we do. It's integrated into our business objectives. And so for me, that was compelling enough, right? Again, sort of leaning on my prior experiences in DC, it wasn't just about leadership. It was also about resources. And so in 2021, Comcast committed a $1 billion commitment to an initiative called Project Up. And I think on some of your tables, you might have a little postcard, and if not, at our table outside. But it talks about our Project Up commitment. And you're probably thinking, Up? Thinking about the movie Up? I don't know where that came from. But Up, the UP stands for Unlimited Possibilities. And I initially thought, well, it's a bit of corporate speak, isn't that Project Up? But what I've since realized in my time at Comcast is that our world is evolving, the needs are evolving. And so unlimited possibilities, yes, allows us to have the breadth that we need to think about how do we solve for digital equity. So to get to the specifics around some of our efforts, and we can advance to the next slide, please. Again, this is visual. I'm not going to go through the slide. You can take a look at it at your leisure. But I'm going to talk about a couple initiatives. And most of that was around the 2021 timeframe. COVID hit. We needed to get our communities connected, right? And so we did it in a number of different ways. I'm going to highlight 3 in particular. One is called lift zones. And lift zones, we're finding community centers or places of community gatherings that we could outfit with free Wi-Fi. So many of us have heard the stories about how students and children didn't have a place to do their homework, and they're in the parking lots at McDonald's and all of these other places where they were just trying to get what they needed to get done. And so Over the last 3 years, we've outfitted 1,000 centers across the nation, 100 being in our Keystone footprint, so that individuals who didn't have access at home could go to a place, a safe place, where they could get connected. In addition, those lift zones also became a gathering place for providing digital literacy skills, and you'll hear more about that as the discussion goes on. So these places were really a way to help solve the accessibility issue when we were thinking about COVID. The other is our RISE program, which was a commitment to small businesses, so minority-owned, women-owned small businesses. We know small businesses are the heart of our communities, right? This is how we do it at the local level. And so we really wanted to make sure that they were supported. And so we had programs, and we do have open grant periods where we offer marketing and technology makeovers for these organizations to help them continue to give them the resources, to give them the visibility, to give them the connectivity. Additionally, some of you may have heard last year, we did commit $1 million to small businesses. There were $110,000 grants to also help through the COVID period. And then the last piece I'll just highlight really high level is our Internet Essentials product. So you heard a lot about affordability. Lyle, you just talked about that. We're going on to our 12th year of offering a product at $9.95. So we were trying to make it affordable for low-income families before COVID hit. Obviously, with EBB, ACP, there are opportunities where we have plans with even higher speeds, where it is making it net zero, as you mentioned, right? But we didn't stop with just making a product that was $9.95. We've been continuing to invest in that product in terms of increasing speeds and also increasing eligibility. So not just low income, but Pell Grant recipients and so forth. So our commitment, again, continues and is embedded in our business objectives. I'll just wrap really briefly with just another piece of this to tie some of the conversation that we heard earlier today. So yes, we're doing our part in terms of accessibility and affordability, but the key issue, and I think we've heard this from Nicole, we've heard it from many others, is really around adoption. How do we get people to really adopt connectivity, the internet, right? And so there's actual data out there that really supports the fact that we can address accessibility and affordability, but it's the adoption piece. And so last year, the Boston Consulting Group issued a study, and again, I think it's on the back, there are QR codes if anyone's interested in the details of the study. But they looked at what is the barrier? What is the barrier to adoption? Why aren't people doing it? Put aside the money issue, put aside these other issues. Why aren't they adopting? And they had a whole list of reasons. One, structural barriers. We heard that from Anna when she was talking about housing, how infrastructure perhaps may have not been, have the right wiring and so forth. Digital skills, which we'll talk about. Distrust of programs, distrust of the government, distrust of all of these other pieces. Language barriers, and awareness. And of course, with ACP, we'll talk about that as well. And so in this report, what BCG came out with is the need for what they're calling digital navigators. And some of you may have heard these terms before, but these digital navigators are trusted partners. So like neighborhood allies, many of the other organizations, there's United Way, I know there's a number of organizations in the room here. They are trusted partners who are able to bridge the gap between perhaps an ISP and or another organization, maybe the Broadband Authority, and the people who need it the most. I will tell you, I think Nicole, not to come back to your presentation a bit, but you had talked about your grandmother and getting access to the internet. I will tell you, I'll take it one step further to my mother. She won't come to me, she'll go to my teenager. Again, I would go to my teenager as an aside, but she'll go to my teenager, and it's those trusted partners and relationships that are really gonna move the needle on digital equity. So I do wanna just highlight really quickly two or three other pieces. I already talked about the lift zones. Again, the Lemoyne Center in Washington County with some of their programming has been instrumental in moving the needle. We've been working with the Veterans Leadership Program, and while they're based in Pittsburgh, they have sites in all over the state, frankly, and we've been working with their facility in Altoona and thinking about how do we get these veterans connected. And They're actually using a mobile computer bank where they are going out and driving with laptops to get people signed up, work on workforce development, interview skills, job training, frankly, telehealth, right? All of those instrumental issues that we need to think about holistically instead of piecemeal. So a lot more there, but I'll stop there and I'll turn it back to you, Kirsten.
Thank you, and we're going to try to dive in a bit more with some questions as well, but want to dive on into a more local level. Etha, you're here representing the important role that community organizations represent in meeting the needs of residents and really reaching residents. So can you tell us a little bit about what your organization is doing to address digital equity and affordability within this region?
Yeah, absolutely, Kirsten. Hello, everyone. My name is Etha Cow. I'm the Director of Digital Inclusion and Innovation at Neighborhood Allies. Before I launch into my little pitch about Neighborhood Allies, I do have to say what an honor it is actually to be on a panel with 2 other Asian Americans. I think that is one of the first times actually for me. And I'm from Central PA.
First time for me. And I've got many
super
years
cool.
on
Yeah,
here,
I was like,
so.
what? So just have to put that out there. So yeah, Neighborhood Allies is a nonprofit organization focused on economic development. And just to share a little bit about myself and how I got into this role in digital equity to begin with, basically my background is in local government. I used to work for Heidi Norman, who was a speaker earlier today at the city of Pittsburgh, and then prior to working under her, I worked for former Mayor Bill Peduto on duties as assigned. I think that's what a lot of local government people do. So for the past 6 or so years, and I'm gonna multiply that 6 by dog years because I feel like if you work in government, nonprofit, or community, it's your life, right? I kind of fell into this. And so for former Mayor Peduto, I helped with a team to stand up the Rec to Tech program, which is the after-school STEAM and STEM learning programs across the city. We had 9 recreation centers that the city owned, and the vision was to have computer classes, coding, Legos, all this kind of makerspace curriculum. I think the challenge that we run into across Pittsburgh and everywhere is we have old buildings, old infrastructure, right? Like, cool, you can set up a router and you have service in one room and you don't have it in another. You got flooding, you got mold, you have crime, you have poverty, you have all these other issues, right? And so part of my work was to kind of highlight those issues so that the city could dedicate more funding towards repairing the actual spaces, bringing on educators, and so I think that program now under a current Mayor Gainey is going really well. And then I also worked with the city and the county housing authority to set up adult literacy programs on the federal side, and getting through all the federal red tape to bring computers and computer literacy through Computer Reach to the federal housing authority locations in the north side. So yeah, how I came into this role, actually, I was still working at the city. COVID started, everyone was hoarding toilet paper. And I basically saw a Facebook post from a friend who basically was just looking for volunteers. And it was to help to refurbish laptops. It was just a picture of her sitting surrounded by like stacks and stacks and stacks of laptops. I am not an IT expert. I am the person who breaks the computer. But I figured, why not? I can help. I have a car, right? Like I can make some time. And so I think we got probably almost 500 laptops refurbished and sent out to folks with around 30 volunteers, help stand up a website, all that stuff. So yeah, I was asked to join Neighborhood Allies, where we no longer do computer refurbishing because we have a regional computer refurbisher, a couple across the region. But my department, out of the 7 total, there's only 6 here, but we have an internal racial equity department that all of us work with across the city of Pittsburgh, and then also the Wilkinsburg, Millvale, and then parts of the Hilltop. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a little bit about what my department does. It is a small, mean, and lean team of 2. But we are reliant on all of the other colleagues. Neighborhood Allies has around 24 right now that work boots on the ground in the community, and the 4 focuses are investment in digital tools and skills, as Alka had mentioned. So Beyond the Laptops was a program that started during COVID, and it was the laptop distribution plus like hotspots plus software plus whatever people needed to increase their skill sets. The second is Level Up 412, which is specifically geared towards digital skills. We are looking for volunteers, so please talk to me if you are interested in teaching children. It's very fun, and we're always looking for help, specifically in Homewood. The second project are the Digital Inclusion Centers. So that is a corporate social responsibility project that is funded by Verizon, and that essentially made me into a construction manager for building a makerspace at the Homewood YMCA, and then also a classroom at the Community College of Allegheny County, also in Homewood, right across the street. Those are slated to be finished by summer, but with every delay in construction materials, equipment, tech, everything, we shall see, but very excited for that to be complete. The third component I wanted to talk about is coalition partnerships. So we have brought on Jen Blatz. Jen, do you want to raise your hand? Hey, Jen. Jen is the executive director of the Greater Pittsburgh Digital Inclusion Alliance, GPDIA. I know you're inundated with lots of acronyms today, so here's another one. But essentially, it is a convening of 24 or more organizations that care about digital equity and inclusion. The second is we take part in the Pittsburgh Digital Equity Coalition, so PDEC, which is headed by the city of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, to write that 5-year plan so that we can potentially get a chunk of funding to work on this. And the fourth piece that both Lyle and Alka have spoken about is this ACP outreach. And so we are also reliant on our community partners, many of them who are here. We also need volunteers for that. So if you're interested, talk to me. I'm in the back by the computers. And then, of course, a partnership with Comcast through a generous grant to do outreach and then give folks laptops who need them. Next slide, please. So a plug for the digital inclusion convening that Jen at the front table, you can contact her about it if you're interested in joining. There are 3 work groups. There's digital skills, device access, and the affordable connectivity program. And so my team leads the 3rd work group. So those are the current partners. Your name can be on that list too if you are interested. There is no cost to join, but I think everyone's talked about it today. Partnerships is the only way to get stuff done. We have so many different municipalities, different neighborhoods, different people doing different work. Everyone's doing great work, but I think sometimes we're so busy that we don't have time to talk to each other about it, that this is kind of the solution that we're looking at. So next slide, please. A little bit about the Affordable Connectivity Program, a little bit more, because I feel like we've heard about a lot about this program. But essentially, it's a federally funded program that will grant $30 a month, like Lyle said, for broadband service, and up to $75 a month for households on tribal lands, and then a one-time discount of up to $100 for any type of device, laptop, desktop, et cetera, if the household contributes $10 to $50 towards the price, which we understand is a barrier, hence free laptops. Next slide, please. So I think in terms of just outlining, ooh, that slide looks interesting. It aligned strangely. In looking at the eligibility, right, I think 200% of federal poverty guidelines doesn't tell you anything, so I just put in some of the monthly income versus the annual income of what that would look like for this region. Next slide, please. So in addition to the 200% federal poverty limit, if there is one member of your household who participates in one of these programs, that would make the entire household eligible, which is great. As a person who was on SNAP and came from a WIC household, I can say personally that at least the federal piece is way easier than a lot of the other federal paperwork that's required for any of these programs. Next slide, please. So yeah, just in short, the ACP is a two-step enrollment process. So the first one is, do you qualify from the federal government? And then if you do, then the second piece is to reach out to ALCA, just kidding, any internet service provider, whether it's Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, to see if they can basically switch you over and then give you that $30 credit. So we are currently working with a couple partners on our outreach and enrollment events because I think as all of us here are probably familiar with helping some sort of a family member or a friend or a colleague on any type of tech issue. I have become that person for my mom. I think all of us are able and if you have time and are willing to be a digital navigator. So thank you to all of the partners across the region who are going to be helping to enroll folks. I did share the beyondthelaptops.org website, so it is a quick FAQ on the ACP because it can get complicated. There's a lot of information out there, but just sharing that. Next slide, please, and that's it. That's my email address, and those are the two websites that you should check out. I'm in the back by the computers. I have many, many business cards because this is my first conference in a long time. So yeah, please come see me, and thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Etha, and
Sure.
all of our panelists.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my questions fairly short, and I hope that all of you have started to write those down. If you have questions for our panelists, write them, hold them up, and we'll take those very soon. While we're going around and gathering your questions, I'm going to start with one for the panelists. I would like to know, we've talked a lot about the Affordable Connectivity Program, the ACP, and I'm going to put this question to Etha first. If we think about the challenges that you see and the challenges you anticipate in continuing to get word out about the ACP program and other forms of affordability assistance, what challenges do you see and how do you propose mitigating those?
Great question. Yeah, so challenges I think that exist with any federal government program is the moment you say federal government, people are like, no, I don't want to be a part of that. So I think the trust issue that a lot of people have mentioned today is number one. Number two, I think we've also talked about it during this conference, is that just because you have the skills may not mean that you have the high-speed internet. Just because you have those two does not mean that you have a device at home. So I think oftentimes when we talk about digital equity, you have to have all three, the skills, the device, and the high-speed internet, and too often we see that you only have two out of the three. So that is kind of what I see.
Yeah, thank you. We do have some questions coming in, so we'll see how many we can get to. But to continue on this one, Alka, from the private sector side, can you tell us a bit about how you see those challenges being potentially mitigated?
Sure, and I might even bring in a couple other challenges, which Lyle, I'm sure, is top of mind as the program is continuing. So awareness, number one is awareness, right? If you look at the ACP uprate in Pennsylvania, I think it's still fairly low. And this is despite us having a net zero opportunity or a product or other ISPs having the same, right? How do we get to these communities? How do we work with these with trusted partners, digital navigators? We do it on our own as well. So you may have seen some of our colleagues at a table outside here who are experts at signing people up or telling people about the opportunity. And so awareness is still something that needs a lot of work and attention to. And again, it can't just be us, it can't just be you, it's gotta be all of you helping us in that conversation. The two other challenges I just want to highlight, it's sort of more high level in a policy consideration, is one is the money or the funding for the ACP program is appropriated at X amount, and I believe some statistics or some indications or estimations is that money will at some point run out by 2024. No guarantees of whether that funding will continue or not, right? That's up to Congress and where that goes. But I think something that keeps me up at night, frankly, is what happens after that, right? Are we as local communities thinking about how does that get bridged? What happens for those people who now we worked so hard to get them signed up and onto ACP for the last 2 years? What happens to them? And so I do think that's something that we do need to keep in mind. And then the third piece I'll just put out there, and this is something we just learned the hard way, frankly, in the fall or come October, November, is that we had folks signed up for ACP, and then there was an awareness, frankly, from the program itself that individuals had to recertify. And so that caused a whole bit of frustration, perhaps, on the part of consumers who had signed up. Frustration in the part that now they had to go back, get their documentation, recertify effectively that they still qualified for ACP. And so unfortunately, that wasn't made aware, it wasn't clear to ISPs, I think. And so I think the program itself from a federal level is still getting ironed out, and there's still some nuances that can sometimes be news to many of us. And so again, a little bit of flexibility and diligence is required on that part. And then along those lines too, we also recognize that from the federal government side, they do sometimes change their APIs. And so our Comcast interface is connected to, the signups are routed through their APIs to our APIs, and when they make changes, it obviously affects us. And so, again, a lot of learning experiences that we've had with a program that comes out for the first time, for sure, but I think as that piece gets ironed out and there's better communication between the government and their changes and what's going on, and then more efforts locally with our partners in terms of awareness, so that we're getting people signed up so that we can demonstrate the need for the program to continue, the better.
That was a very thorough answer,
Sorry.
and I think it actually answered much of what this next question is, but I'm going to read it anyways, and perhaps Lyle can give a bit of additional context. This is a three-part question, but again, you've mostly answered it. How long is the ACP subsidy available? We know that it is subject to continued congressional approval, which none of us can predict here, but can talk about what we might be able to do. The second part of this is how long will the device subsidy be available? Kind of part of the same program. And the third question that perhaps we can just clarify a bit further is that how will eligibility be determined? Will it be annual? So perhaps we can just give a bit of description of how it works.
So the first two questions were associated with the funding, $14.2 billion. Not all of that is for program funding. Some was for grants and other things, but generally speaking, it's pot of money. It is so far a one-time grant, but it's the wisdom of Congress to decide the future of the program. And a good way to get in trouble as a federal employee is to tell you what Congress is going to do, because not only will you be wrong, but then your boss will find out and you'll get fired. Don't like that. I like to pay my mortgage. So let me try to answer a question around the question. So Curtis Hansen from the Appalachia Regional Commission was just here, and the FCC, my team, did an Appalachia rural tour on ACP. You may have heard of that, right? ACP is loved in red states and blue states, in rural communities and urban communities. And so in terms of the way, this is Lyle, now this is not the FCC, do not quote, this is Lyle. So in the way politics is viewed in the prism of sides, right? This is one of those things that bridges sides. And so the wisdom of Congress is to listen to their constituents, their locally elected and appointed leaders, and community advocates and such. There is no side that is anti-ACP. And so while it is up to the wisdom of Congress to appropriate the money, and I am not predicting they will or not, it is just what that is. Separately, the future of the computer subsidy program is tied up in the legislation. So as long as the money exists, the computer subsidy exists. There is a recertification, annual recertification to ensure that participating households still qualify based on either participation or 200% of the poverty rate. And that's just primarily to make sure that the appropriation goes to the communities and the households that need it. I think I answered 3 questions. Is that close? Right.
The third part was, I think, eligibility. Will it continue to be? How is eligibility determined? Is it annual? And
So
it's a
yes,
current
yes, it
program.
is. There is a. Once you apply and you are accepted, there is an annual recertification, household consumer recertification. Did I answer that question?
I think that was a very thorough answer.
Yeah.
And the next question
Oh,
builds right
Kirsten.
on that.
Yeah, oh. Sorry, Kirsten, that was me.
Oh.
The phantom voice.
It's echoing.
Throw my voice. If I may add too, right? Like I think a lot of people talk about what if the money goes away, right? And my response is, so what? If the money goes away, why can't we, this is from the community grassroots level, but why can't we then find those folks, because now we have a register of who needs help and then support them that way.
Well, there was a follow-up to this question. This is a different person, but it ties really well in with that. So maybe you want to just continue and address this one. Is there assistance available for the Affordable Connectivity Program, the ACP, or otherwise, for people and families who are over 200% of the poverty level, so that they end up being able to afford service, being able to afford devices, and not be stuck, this is what's written here, between a rock and a hard place, which is pretty accurate.
Yeah, can I take that?
Absolutely.
So 200% is not the acid test. There are a lot of households now who are getting ACP who are not at the 200% of poverty rate or lower. It is just whether or not you are a participant in a qualifying program. One of the really easy to grasp, low-hanging description is if your child goes to a school and gets free or reduced school lunch at the school, then your household qualifies. There are a lot of children whose households do not meet the 200% qualification, but they go to a CEP school. And so the entire school gets free or reduced school lunch regardless of the means of the household. So for those families, as an example only, they are qualified for ACP. Separately, there are others. I am not an expert on a Pell Grant, but I would tell you that for the Pell Grant community is active in this as well. But I do, in the spirit of trying to answer the question behind the question, the primary purpose of the ACP is to assist households who are low income.
Right, so lots of resources out there, still gaps to be met, but one step at a time. Do we have any other questions that are coming in? In the meantime, I'm going to go to one final question, and if we don't have other questions coming in, we're going to do some closing comments. We have talked a lot about the Affordable Connectivity Program. That's one program. It is the most substantial program out there to assist with affordability, but there are other actions being taken, and so I wanted to put a final question to Lyle to share a bit about some other actions that the FCC is taking to address affordability and equity throughout their work.
So in terms of the affordability and equity portfolio, the FCC is doing a number of things simultaneously. We're just trying to, as everyone says, build the plane while we fly the plane. The broadband map has been mentioned a lot before, and so I have a pitch. Broadbandmap.fcc.gov. Our maps have not been the best in the past. I am using understatement while trying to protect my agency. So there had been a push to get communities to update, to have their consumers and bulk update the map prior to the BEAD deadline, which had passed, but I wanna dissuade any sort of rumor that we are no longer taking challenges. The challenges will live forever, and that's because changes will live forever. Communities get built, communities fall. In rural areas, suddenly there's a new thing, and there's not a new thing. And unless we all just condition ourselves to make sure as part of our portfolio as elected and appointed or leaders in sort of this environment to keep the maps up to date, I fear that long after we're retired, and it's going to be a long time, but still, long after we're retired, our successors will still be back here again with bad maps. So let's build that into our mentality. Separately, in terms of the digital equity portfolio, the FCC has launched major rulemaking, and we are now in the notice of proposed rulemaking stage seeking comments about prevention of digital discrimination. And before we all kind of step back with digital discrimination, that happens across all sorts of communities, rural communities, communities which are otherwise invisible to the naked eye, the disability community, people who are deaf or hard of hearing or have a developmental disability. We are taking both input on notice of proposed rulemaking, as I said, which is available on fcc.gov/live, and then we are embarking on a series of listening sessions that will come across the country. Today, we announced one that will be held next week in Los Angeles. Okay, so we're friends here. I'm not supposed to say this, so if you are interested in attending a hypothetical listening session in Baltimore on the 6th, stand by for an announcement, and this is a schedule, clear your calendar schedule. There's a task force with Chairwoman Rosenworcel's highest level folks who lead the Anti-Digital Discrimination Task Force, and we would love to hear stories. It is a listening session. And so, you know, if I lived in rural Pennsylvania and I see my urban Pennsylvania, this is not Pennsylvanians against Pennsylvanians, this is just my story, right? I might have a story to discuss about my experiences in accessing broadband as a rural consumer who has that should have the equal access and equal opportunity when it comes to broadband. So that's sort of the highlighted things we're doing for digital equity and affordability. Thanks for the question, appreciate it.
Yeah, we could probably go on a lot longer on this topic. There's always more to be said, as with all of the panels we've had today, but we're gonna try to close up here. I'm gonna go to our last two panelists to give some closing comments. Aoife, do you have any closing comments for your thoughts on next steps for digital equity priorities for our region?
Yeah, I think it's something that I definitely learned working with the Public Housing Authority. You know, those of you who may already know, residents of the public housing authorities, they get their utilities paid for, gas, water, electric. I think that internet access is a utility and it should be treated as such, and I believe that it is a right to every person.
Right. So a couple quick high-level aspects. One, I think, has been said already, but I do want to reinforce it, is capacity building. Everything that you heard earlier about timing for the state programs and the federal funding, that seems like it's far away, but all the capacity building from a local county nonprofit perspective should be happening right now. And I just want to say, you know, of course, as Comcast, we definitely want to partner. We recognize, again, that this doesn't happen without partnerships, frankly. And we've seen success, and where we've seen success is where we've done public-private partnerships or working with the philanthropic communities. And especially when we're talking about these rural areas, that is how it's gonna get done. I will say too that it shouldn't just be broadband and or those of us who are interested in broadband being in this room. We should be having the healthcare industry in this room. We should be having the workforce economic development type organizations in this room, right? All of this is connected. If we aren't connected, all those other pieces don't work either. And that's how our communities rise. And then the last thing I'll just say real quick, I think Todd talked earlier about the importance of a resilient and sustainable network. And I just want to take that one step further and talk about we also need to be thinking about a resilient and sustainable organization, and whether it's an organization, whether it's a program, everything that we're doing around broadband, we should be thinking about how do we ensure that there's resiliency and sustainability, because as you said, Lyle, we're going to be back here. We're going to be back here, right? And so we can't just be solving for this one moment in time or this one piece of funding that's coming down. How are we thinking about this such that there is sustainability and our communities can thrive? And so we definitely want to be partners in meeting that moment, because we are at that moment. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Right, well, I'd like to say thank you to all of our excellent panelists for being here and for sharing their insights with us today. I also wanted to mention there is a table in the hallway with information from the FCC and guidance on how to sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program. They've got flyers, so if you'd like any of that information, go visit their table. And with that, I know we pretty much filled our time here, so I'm going to pass it over to Byron Stauffer from Indiana County to introduce the next panel, which will be the Pennsylvania Statewide Implementation Plan and Summary of Regional Efforts.
Good job. This is the very first panel I've ever been on. Yes, this really is the very first.
Yeah, I thought of it this morning.
Oh my God. Nice job. All right.
Well, and it's funny because I told Marcy about this.
Oh,
yes.
Get started momentarily here. Okay, we're wrapping up here, the last panel, and it's been a really great day. So again, thank you to SPC and the team for putting this event on. My name is Byron Stauffer. I'm the Executive Director of the Indiana County Office of Planning and Development, and I'm pleased today to moderate the distinguished guests here, with the panelists for the Pennsylvania Statewide Implementation Plan and Summary of Regional Efforts. I think it was very strategic for the SPC team to put these two gentlemen at the end, so we still have a good crowd. It's been a long day, and just a great series of panels throughout the day. A lot of good information, very worthy of our time and attention throughout the day. I did want to take a moment of personal privilege, if I may, and just very briefly. It was great to see an old friend, Sherry Collins. And Sherry, I know most of us in this room, I think it was pre-COVID, BC, whatever you want to call it. Her leadership to many of us at the counties and the municipalities, leading us through. I mean, many of us started broadband prior to, but really with the rush of calls from superintendents and people and residents and businesses that are unserved or underserved, her leadership was paramount, and her role, as the governor's state alternate at ARC was paramount. We were fortunate enough to win a $1.5 million ARC Power Grant. So again, thank you, Sherry, for your leadership. Appreciate it greatly. So I'm pleased to honor today, again, our panelists. We have with us today Brandon Carson, the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Broadband Development Authority, and Dr. Kyle Kopko, Executive Director for the Center for Rural Pennsylvania. Little housekeeping note. Again, I think you're well versed in the procedure, but throughout the presentation, if you have any questions, please write them on an index card, raise them up, and someone will come get them and bring them forth. So we have a little less than 30 minutes now, so really want to get into the presentations. These two gentlemen have put forth some really good PowerPoint information, and by virtue of a virtual flip, Dr. Kyle Kopko won the honors of going first.
Thank you very much, Byron. And it's so good to see so many friends here today. Thank you to SPC for hosting us. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague, Brandon Carson, to talk about some of the work of the Broadband Authority. And I wanted to give a lay of the land, more or less, of what we're seeing in rural Pennsylvania relative to our urban communities. And that's what the first part of my presentation is going to be about. And then also getting into some demographic comparisons, too. So I think that ties in with some of the equity and digital literacy themes that we've been discussing throughout the day. So next slide, please. Just as some background, I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Rural Pennsylvania. For those of you who might not be familiar with us, we're part of the Pennsylvania General Assembly. So we are a bicameral, bipartisan office of the legislature, and we basically have two broad mandates per our enabling legislation. So the first is we conduct applied policy research on behalf of the General Assembly, but we also do this in a manner that can benefit county commissioners, local municipalities, school district officials, nonprofits, you name it, on a wide range of topics: healthcare, transportation, economic development. Anything along those lines is fair game for the Center for Rural Pennsylvania. And then we also maintain a pretty comprehensive statistical database where we track trends in both rural and urban communities, so that way we can do a comparison. And we'll use some of that data here later on. We also have the ability to host legislative hearings. We actually have one coming up next month on the opioid crisis and substance use disorder crisis in rural Pennsylvania, so a wide range of issues in addition to broadband. So if we can ever be of assistance, please be in touch. That's an open invitation for anyone here. So next slide, please. And just to give you a quick background on some of our recent research reports, anything from social determinants of health, assessment of housing stock in rural communities, how COVID affected education programs. We're going to have a few reports out later this year looking at population projections out to 2050. We're hoping to do this 5-year increments for every single county in the Commonwealth, so that way it'll help with long-term planning. In fact, next week we're hoping to release a report on mobile data for cell phones, so we'll have that out shortly too, so you might be interested in that. Next slide, please. So what is rural in Pennsylvania? We actually have our own definition that's used by the legislature and a number of state agencies. This is our county definition here. So you can see the bulk of the Commonwealth is considered rural by this definition. It's essentially population density. You take the average population density across the state. If you're below that, you're considered a rural area. If you're above that, you're considered an urban area. Now, we also have school district and municipal definitions as well. There's pockets of rural in every single county except for Philadelphia County and Delaware County. So obviously much of the SPC region is considered rural by our definition. And all these slides, we can make this available too if anyone would like a copy. Just send me an email. Next slide, please. All right, so what have we seen in Pennsylvania over time? And this contextualizes the time and place in which the Broadband Authority operates. This is what we've seen in terms of our population in the Commonwealth over time. The purple line here represents urban communities based on our county definition, and the green bars represent our rural communities. So we've essentially seen population stagnation over time in our rural communities. We actually had a little bit of a decline since the last census, but our urban communities population has increased over time. Next slide, please. And this maps it out, changes since the 2010 census, and what we refer to broadly as the Southeast. It's not just Philadelphia and the collar counties. It's basically from Philadelphia all the way to Franklin County. That's where we've seen the most growth in the Commonwealth. But there's obviously other pockets of growth that have occurred during that period of time, and particularly in the SPC region, Butler, Allegheny, and Washington counties that had population growth based upon our last 2020 census data that's available. So you can see many of our rural counties have seen population decline over time, and there's a wide variety of reasons for that. In short, this is something that we're going to be paying a lot of attention to over time, and I think related to the Broadband Authority's work, broadband's going to play a pretty big role, I think, in helping to stave off some of these trends. I view it as a necessary, but not necessarily sufficient condition to address a lot of these major issues. Next slide, please. And just to give you a sense of the spending capacity between urban and rural, these two lines here denote per capita income, and it's also controls for inflation over time. So you can see that there is a gap between urban and rural income over time, about $15,000 as of the 2020 capture dates. So again, tying into our discussions about ACP and affordability, better understanding how those communities across Pennsylvania differ is going to be pretty important. Next slide, please. How many people have seen this before? Just about everyone. All right, good. This is a screen capture of the FCC map, and I just wanted to point out the data, and I also wanted to reiterate something that Lyle said in the last presentation. Please do encourage your constituents to go online and complete the challenge form if they see any inaccuracies over time. This is obviously a living product. This is what the Commonwealth looks like on the FCC's website for the 25.3 threshold for wired and licensed fixed wireless. And the next slide will actually show for 120 downloads. So next. So there you can see where the pockets are that are mostly unserved at that threshold. Now, to break this down by county, we've provided some data on the next map here. Please, next slide. And this is all from the broadband map available from the FCC. You can download this, your constituents can download this, and we were able to plot this out for the entire Commonwealth. And you can see what percentage of units, according to the map, have service at the 25.3 speed. So within the SPC region, Greene County and Indiana County have some catching up to do. And we'll go to the next slide for 120, and you can see a similar pattern there. Next slide. And here's where I wanted to point out some demographic and differences amongst individuals over time in terms of their internet connectivity. And this is information that comes from the US Census Bureau. Some of you might have seen this if you're at the Institute of Politics presentation that I gave in December. We updated this just a little bit for some new data. The bar chart's on the left. I want to point that out. So this is a measure of who has internet, period. It could be dial-up, it could be DSL, it's not necessarily broadband, and this is based on the census survey. So the bars on the left are rural, the ones on the right, urban. You can see there's been some progress over time. So that's the good news, and that's been an ongoing effort, thanks to people like you having these conversations, moving it forward. So I think that we're heading in the right direction. Don't get me wrong, we still have more to do, but we are at least heading in the right direction. But who doesn't have access? Who isn't uptaking for whatever reason, either because it's physically not available or they can't afford it or anything of the sort? And there's a ton of numbers here. So I've actually highlighted some of these point by point. I just want to give you a brief flavor of what we might want to look at in terms of equity issues. So next, let's see if this works here with some of the highlights. There we go. All right, average age. If you look at the first two columns there, these are individuals who do not have internet. The first column is rural households. Second column is urban households. The third one are just households across the Commonwealth that do have internet. What you'll see is there's some similarities between these individuals regardless of whether or not they live in a rural or urban area. So one thing, getting back to our legislative panel from earlier today, yeah, there seems to be a lot of identities about rural versus urban. Well, what my office deals with time and time again is that there's some commonalities whenever we face some problems. The solution might look different depending on where you live, but oftentimes no matter where you are, urban or rural, you normally have these commonalities. So I think that's something as community leaders, policymakers, we need to keep in mind. So here, those who don't have internet, they tend to be older relative to those who do. So they're well into their 60s. Next, click one more time, please. Household income. Those with internet tend to have household income in the $70,000 range. Those who don't are in the $25,000-ish range. Next, please. One more. Poverty rate. You're basically twice as likely to live in poverty if you don't have internet connectivity. Next. Percent living alone. More than 60%, regardless if you're in rural or urban, likely to be living alone if you don't have internet versus 27% of households that do have internet. Next one, please. No high school diploma. More than 20% in rural and urban who don't have internet. Next. Not in the labor force, so not employed. Look at those numbers there. 70+% rural and urban. All right, next, please. I think this is interesting and troubling all at the same time. Percent of households with a disability. Roughly 40%, regardless if you're in a rural or urban community, versus only 16% those who do have internet connectivity. So I think that's the environment in which we need to be aware of when we're talking about broadband. Build out, equity, access, digital literacy, all those major topics. So Center for Rural Pennsylvania would be more than happy to provide any of this information to anyone here today. If we can ever be a partner for long-term planning, feel free to reach out anytime. Since we are a government-funded entity, we don't charge for our services, so we're here to serve, obviously, the legislature, county commissioners, school districts, but anyone in the public who might have an interest. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brandon.
Thank you, Dr. Kopka. And who told the dad joke this morning? Who was that? That's right, it was Nicole. She's still here? She stepped out. I have one for you. It's the end of the day, so who's out of bandwidth? Yeah, hilarious, right? So I noticed during Dr. Kopko's slide deck, he and I both like to click through slides apparently because you don't notice it until we were told the clicker isn't working, so that's why we're asking to advance slides. But you don't realize it until you ask every time to advance a slide. So with that being said, next slide. All right, so a little background on the authority. I know I touched on this this morning, but I wanted to make sure we focused in on the funding at that session, and that this afternoon we dug a little bit more into the structure of the authority. So Act 96 is the legislation that created the authority. This was passed late 2021 at record speed. This flew through the legislature. It was absolutely necessary. It was clear that the federal funds were going to be available, and Act 96 was the result of that and the creation of the authority. So how many folks are familiar with the Commonwealth Financing Authority, CFA? Okay. We're structured in a very similar way to the CFA. The authority is staffed by DCED, so there is an MOU in place for staffing between DCED and the authority. And then we're governed by an 11-member board. Dr. Kopko serves on the board, along with the chairwoman of the PUC, 4 legislative members, Representatives Matsey and Metzger, and Senators Phillips Hill and Kane. So we have that bipartisan structure on the board, 2 Rs, 2 Ds, 2 from the House, 2 from the Senate, as well as 5 secretaries from state agencies. So it is a unique dynamic on that 11-member board. So next slide. So I want to touch on the state plan just a little bit. The board adopted a statewide plan back in November, and Act 96 required that we develop and approve a statewide plan within 12 months of the act being signed into law. So we met that timing requirement. Don't confuse this with the 5-year action plan that we've been talking a lot about. The state plan as it exists in its current form is very much broad strokes. principles that we want to keep in mind. And you've heard a lot of those principles today in the various panels. And kudos to SPC, if I don't say this at the end, for the panels that have been put together today, because there's been a lot of great content, and the themes that you see in the state plan were articulated again and again by each of the panelists. So that was encouraging for me. Next slide, please. So focusing on kind of the 4 pillars of the plan, access to infrastructure. We all know that's a critical part of the work that we're doing. Affordability, for those folks that do have access, can they afford that reliable high-speed internet service? Do they have an adequate device to fully experience the services that are offered through a high-speed connection? And then lastly, assistance. I remember those by the four A's. So technical assistance. Do they have the digital literacy skills they need to navigate through a device and adequately use the services that are available? So those are the 4 pillars of the plan. They will serve as a foundation as we develop the 5-year action plan, and we get much more granular with the development of that plan in the coming months leading up to that mid-August deadline for NTIA submission. Next slide, please. So I touched on this morning. I think we had a question on workforce considerations. We did stand up a series of 4 subcommittees to help to inform authority staff as well as the authority board as we delve deeper into the water here on some of the planning work that needs to be done prior to implementation. Next slide. Those 4 groups probably aren't a surprise. Data and mapping, a technical group that includes some provider representation from their various associations, workforce and supply chain, and outreach and education round out those 4 subcommittees. They're meeting on a regular basis. Some are meeting twice a month, some are meeting monthly. But I'm starting to hear a lot of good themes percolating out of those groups from the staff that have been assigned to each of those subcommittees. So we're excited about the work they'll be doing alongside the consultant that we bring on board for the 5-year action plan and the statewide digital equity plan. Next slide. So IJA, we touched on the funding pretty extensively this morning. So I'm not going to go through this in detail. I did want to include the information in the slide deck. There are some timelines that might be good takeaways for you all. I know there are a lot of moving pieces, things that need to happen sequentially before these dollars start to be pushed out through our grant programs. So I did leave the slides in the deck, but I'm not going to talk through these extensively. So next slide. BEAD, Digital Equity Act, and Middle Mile. I think we've touched on all 3 of those this morning on some level. Next slide. First being BEAD with the $42+ billion in funding, and that has been a lot of the focus. One thing I will mention here that I don't know that we discussed this morning, the federal guidance on this is very specific in that as we are considering investments through the BEAD program, we need to prioritize based on need. First priority, those areas that are unserved, lack access to 25/3. Second priority, those areas that are underserved or lack access to 100 by 20. And lastly, as a third priority, digital anchor institutions that may lack gig up, gig down, synchronous connections. And as I mentioned, there is a timeline included there. That's been very beneficial for us and our team as we're kind of tracking this out and what happens when. So next slide. Digital Equity Act, as Nicole touched on this morning, there are some additional funds available here. There will be some formula funds that each of the states will receive through a total of $1.44 billion. We don't yet know what our allocation will be here in Pennsylvania, but those dollars will be allocated and available for various programs that the authority will stand up. There's also a little over $1 billion available through a competitive program that we will be able to apply for in the coming years. Next slide. Middle Mile, this program closed back at the end of September. We had a pretty good response in the Commonwealth in terms of applications that were submitted. We supported quite a few applications. The Commonwealth did not coordinate a single application on this. We took the approach of supporting incumbent providers that were proposing middle mile infrastructure builds. So those applications are under review at NTIA, and I know there are folks patiently waiting for announcements on those funds. Next slide. So the Capital Projects Fund, I talked a little bit about this morning, and you can go ahead to the next. Three components, and I touched on the $200 million. This is the first program we're going to be standing up. These are the American Rescue Plan dollars that I had referenced. $279 million total, $200 million that we've dedicated to a core infrastructure program. We're working on guidelines for that now. We have a kind of a request for information that has been pushed out. We issued a press release on that last week. If you jump on our website, you can take a look at some of the information we're requesting. The guidance from Treasury on these funds is fairly prescriptive. However, we do have some flexibility in certain areas. So those are the areas that we're looking for some information on from you all, from providers, local governments, nonprofits, other partners, other stakeholders, in how we stand up this initial $200 million program. So these funds will be the first funds awarded by the authority. Likely later this year, we'll be looking at grant awards through the initial program. We're also targeting $45 million for digital anchor institutions. These would be facility upgrades to our anchor institutions, understanding that folks are accessing services at those facilities. We wanted to dedicate some funds for those purposes, and $20 million for a device access program that we're looking at pushing out likely later this calendar year. Next slide. And I touched on this. The feedback that we've requested is due by February 23rd. So that is quickly approaching. We're moving fast on these guidelines, and we want to get the program stood up and open for applications as quickly as possible. Next slide. So a takeaway slide, and you can scan through. Next slide. Takeaway slide for you. Just in terms of timing and some key milestones that we're looking at in our planning processes. We're actively building staff capacity at the office. When I started back in May, so I guess today would be actually my 9-month anniversary. I think Nicole said that she is celebrating 1 year, right? So yeah, it's been 9 months for me, and I had jet black hair 9 months ago. But it comes with the territory. We are still actively working to add staff capacity. There are 6 of us currently in the office. We have a complement of 11 planned, and we may grow beyond that depending on need. We fully expect there to be an enormous amount of interest in these funds when these programs are stood up. So if we need to add capacity, there are resources available there for the authority to do that. So we are working to launch our digital equity and BEAD planning efforts. Now I mentioned that we're working to onboard a consultant or consultants to help with that process. Julia Brinjak is here with me today. She's been working on our outreach stakeholder engagement plan and starting to solicit some feedback on that plan. So we're trying to hit the ground running even in advance of bringing on a consultant. Some of the work that we can do in-house, we've already gotten started on. So looking ahead to likely releasing capital project fund guidelines next month, pending board approval, and opening that round of applications in April. At least that's the plan where we sit today, if all goes as planned. And then moving forward to the August timeframe when we have to have the BEAD 5-year action plan complete. That's a big milestone for us. State Digital Equity Plan is due in October, and then we start to look at implementation activities next year, which is where we all very much want to get to, where we have these dollars available for our grant programs that we can start to dole out and start to meet some of the needs in your communities. Next slide. That's the extent of my slide deck. I guess we probably have some questions.
Yes. So we thank you for your presentations, very informative. And as expected, we do have a number of questions. First one here is that was presented, do or could capital project funds or anchor institutions include getting broadband to municipal buildings in rural areas?
Yeah, the short answer would be yes. That would be an eligible project. The project would need to meet the speed requirements outlined by Treasury. And we are working to avoid any overbuilds with CPF. There isn't any specific guidance on overbuilds like there is with BEAD. But without too much context there with the question, the short answer would be it would be ineligible.
Good.
Yeah.
Another question submitted by the audience. For the capital program funds, the CPF funds, is there flexibility on who can apply? And the questionnaire is wondering if a county with a plan can apply without an ISP partner lined up already.
Yeah, so there is a lot of flexibility in terms of who can apply. Local governments, for-profit entities, nonprofits, cooperatives, it's the whole gamut of folks, and that it's going to take the entire lineup for the work that we have ahead of us. So yes, there's flexibility in who can apply, and a local government would be eligible to apply as the draft guidelines exist today. Nothing has been approved yet. I will caveat that. But local governments would be eligible to apply without a direct partnership with the ISPs.
Very good. Another question from the audience. When do you expect the CPF program applications to be due if they open in April? And I guess a follow-on question to that is, when might we see awards moving forward?
Yeah, so there are several moving pieces there. Act 96 requires that we open our application round for at least 60 days, so no less than 60 days, no more than 120 days. That is specifically in the Act. We're looking in around that 60 to 90-day window for the application period to be open. Act 96 also requires that we post criteria 30 days in advance of opening that round of applications. So we have built that into our time frame. Looking ahead to after applications would be due, Act 96 requires us to go through a challenge process to ensure that we're avoiding overbuild situations. So that is something that we're actively developing what that process looks like now. We're targeting before the end of the calendar year to make awards through this initial $200 million in capital projects.
Okay, thank you. And another question would be, would a decrease in poverty rates be a KPI for these programs? A follow-on would be infrastructure, devices, and training should yield socioeconomic benefits, but I'm curious if any of that is measured. How will PA define success?
Yes, so that is something we're still working through. And I mentioned the work that Penn State is doing with the statewide map this morning. And as we work to layer in more data sets to help to inform our decision-making process, poverty rate is something that obviously would be included as a layer in that map as part of that decision-making tool. But we still have work to do on that front as we gear up for this round of CPF.
Right. Thank you, Brandon. And kind of wrapping up here, I think we're upon our time. But I did want to offer Dr. Kopko a question here, given the audience. Didn't want them left out. Yeah. So what data can local governments provide to support the authority's planning efforts?
Good question. So there's going to be a couple things, I think, in the future, especially as grant guidelines roll out. If there's any detailed information about on-the-ground conditions, that's going to be very helpful in the grant application process, I have no doubt. But back to what Lyle said earlier, If municipalities know of any inaccuracies in the map, please let the Broadband Authority know. Please report that to the FCC through their process, because there's new construction happening all the time, and we need the best data that we can possibly have. The other thing, too, is Brandon and his team opened up a public comment period on a wide variety of questions for the capital projects funds. Please provide feedback on that. And all of our meetings are open to the public. Our subcommittee meetings are open to the public. So if you have thoughts or suggestions on things that we ought to be considering, please be in touch. Let us know. Pennsylvania is a very big, diverse state. We have a saying in my office, if you've seen one rural community, you've seen one rural community. So we don't know what we don't know. And if folks have unique information, share that with us. That'll help us do our jobs better.
Okay. We good? Okay, very good. Well, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Again, did want to thank our panelists, Brandon and Kyle. Thank you for your time and your expertise. At this time, I'd like to introduce Pat Fabian. He's our SPC Vice Chairman and Armstrong County Commissioner. Again, thank you, SPC, for your great work on this event. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was walking in here a little late today because I had public meeting and salary board in Armstrong County, and Tom, my friend from the Penn State Extension, who I run into occasionally below my office, said, "Hey, you're the closer." And I said, "Wow." And I wanted to tell you a story the last time I closed a game. So as a college baseball player, middle infielder, my freshman, sophomore, junior year, going into my senior year, I always asked my head coach, "Hey, I'd like to close this year." And the answer was always no. And throughout each season, I'd throw him little digs. I'm feeling pretty good today. I can handle this last inning. Well, finally, my senior year, we come back from Florida. The staff, the regular pitching staff, was strained a little bit, and he called my number, 4-3 game, top of the ninth. We're winning, and strike out the first two guys. This is going well. 4 straight balls, walk the runner. Next guy hits a 2-run homer, 5-3, we lose the game. Prior to that, he came out and got me out and said, "That's why you didn't close, Fabian." So, for the last 3.5 years. So, but anyway, I'm going to give it another shot today. So as we end our day here, I hope that you found the Regional Broadband Connectivity Summit informative and encouraging today. The lack of access to high-speed broadband is a problem in many of the communities throughout our region. Without broadband in our region, high-speed broadband, businesses, households, public institutions cannot prosper. I represent rural Armstrong County, and the lack of high-speed broadband connectivity, the lack of is a huge problem. We knew it was a problem before COVID, but what COVID really highlighted was this issue, and the issue of when our employees had to go to remote work, it was an issue. When our students had to go home and do remote learning, it was an issue. And then on a county-wide level, once we get outside of our business parks or our populated areas, it's an issue. And I saw one of the slides today, you talk about maybe population decline. I know for a fact that that's why we lose people, especially since COVID, because of the lack of high-speed broadband. And I, as a former therapist, I always like to self-disclose. My wife and I are fortunate enough to have 2 properties, 14 miles apart. One's in a populated area, Manor Township. The other one's in a remote part, 14 miles away in a remote part of Armstrong County. We spent, prior to COVID, 50% of our time at each location. It was an even split. My wife, after COVID, loses her job in corporate America after 22 years. The market came back around about a year later, gets a job out of San Diego with a tech company, so she's working from home. Till this day, we are at our second populated resident 95% of the time because we don't have that connectivity. And I consider myself fortunate when I say I'm fortunate that we had 2 locations to go to, but it's often as a county commissioner, I hear about, you know, those folks that do remote work or don't have the ability to do or can't take a job because they don't have the internet or broadband accessibility throughout our rural parts of our counties. And it would definitely help grow our county for sure. But at SPC, one of the main reasons I wanted to get involved is that we believe that working together with private and public partners across local, state, federal levels, that we can take the lead to make this vision for affordable and equitable broadband across access a reality in every part of Southwest Pennsylvania. You know, today we've learned a lot about efforts and initiatives led by many different agencies and programs that share the SPC goal. There's a lot of work to do, but what we've heard here today, there's also a lot of opportunities. And I heard that word over and over today, partnerships, that all of us can pursue together to advance broadband throughout the Southwest Pennsylvania region. I know from being involved in our meetings, SPC is committed to keeping Southwest Pennsylvania connected and moving forward and seizing on these numerous opportunities discussed today and within the federal bipartisan infrastructure, I love that word, bipartisanship, infrastructure law and state programs that we learned about today. And before we adjourn, folks, I'd be remiss if we didn't thank our sponsors that were generous and made this happen today. So let's give them a round of applause. And make sure you visit them when out there at the tables if you hadn't already before you leave today. Also want to thank some special sponsors, which are Buchanan, Ingersoll and Rooney, Crown Castle, and Butler County Chamber of Commerce, who has umbrellas out there, but it's not raining, but if something happens between now and then, make sure you grab one of those, and there's not too many left. Also, special thanks to all the panelists and moderators today that gave up their time. A lot of them came from outside the region to come here and give us their expertise, so let's give them a round of applause as well. And I am done. So I hope that went better than 20 years ago. But travel safe. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for your What's that? Yeah. And thank you for your participation today.